Bonjour à tous. Bonjour à tous. Hello. So I was about to film this stuff on my own, but I decided not to. I decided I was going to film publicly. So today... Oh, think fast! Today... I'm going to be filming as many Expedition 33 videos in one sitting as I can. Probably will actually only end up doing 10. But... Oh, oops, the title is wrong. Hey, Mina! What's up, brother? That's weird. Oh, okay, I know why. Big toe licker John from LA. Think fast! So we're gonna be breaking down a bunch of these tracks. And I'm never awake when you're live. Why are you awake right now? Isn't it midnight? No, Sekiro Mario Santiago Francischini de Silva. Sekiro's tomorrow. Today's work day. All right. So I have a shit ton of tracks here that I want to get through. For most of these videos, I will pretend you don't exist. So I'm very sorry. And then later today, I'll be filming Gurren Lagann. Actually, if I get all my filming done today, then actually I'll film that Thursday. Let's see how far I get. It's 1:30 a.m. What the fuck? Anyway, I was gonna sit here and film by myself, but man, this shit's lonely. I don't know how anybody does it. Throughout the video, I will be intending on using this baguette as much as I can. So, because some of these songs are very serious, and so think fast. Anyway, so I have 1, 2, 3. It was the best $50 you ever spent. I mean, yeah, I agree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. So I need 4 more. But I'll do let's see how far I get. I don't think I'll be able to mentally manage 29 high quality analysis videos. I think I can manage 10, so we'll see. I'm starting with the front half of the game and then moving into the back half of the game. And then these will be individually uploaded to maximize ad revenue. So, the mime song, actually. That one's, well, we'll get there. So, yeah. I want to start because it's already 11:30. I want to crank through as many of these as possible. Not because I'm rushing, but because you gotta stay on the hype train. It super sucks. Did I know Ben Starr sings in one of the songs? No, but I will critique it if you tell me which one. Think fast. Anyway. All right. So each of these will have their own separate introductions. I will not be engaging with chat while filming. Until the next life. Okay, cool. That's good to know. It's 11:30 a.m. All right. I can engage you with... Don't be weird. Big toe licker John from LA. It was going to be weird. All right. I bought the prop. I have to use it. Mina, thank you. I appreciate you, buddy. We'll talk super soon, okay? Until Next Life has a music video. All right, good to know. Well, I don't think that's here yet anyway, because I'm saving the character themes for a later video, because I want to do all the character themes in one go. So, appreciate you, buddy. Love you too. Talk to you soon. All right, let's check out. What's up, everybody? My name is Marco, and I am a professional opera singer. Not on the stage, but I do other things, covers. No, you can't. That's 8 minutes in, 9 minutes. What's up, everybody? My name is Marco. I am a professional opera singer, and I don't need to say professional. What is it? What's up, everybody? My name is Marco. I'm an opera singer, and I love talking about video game music from an emotional perspective after a decade on the stage. I'm also a huge gamer, and I love Expedition 32 Clair Obscur. Think fast. Today, we're going to be checking out Gustav's theme from the beginning of the game. Lots to think about and talk about. So here we go. Did I say Expedition 32? I love Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Here we go. Yeah. Well, hold on. So, first 30 seconds of any piece are monumental, and this is interesting to me because this is basically the second piece we hear in the game, or really the first piece in the proper game, if we think of Alicia being the main theme, which is an interesting thought. I never thought about it. But, so, what I find really interesting about this is that, so this is the music that starts the tonal experience of the piece, the gommage, right? The whole journey that we're about to go on. But more specifically, it's that moment of interacting with Gustav for the first time, looking out at the monument, the monolith rather, and seeing the future, you know? And it's actually interesting because it starts pretty alarmingly. And then as it builds up, it leans into the sense of danger. And Gustav's theme overall is incredibly bittersweet, isn't it? The whole time. Now listen to how it starts. So dum 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 dum. It's almost like distant bells, right? It's a trepidatious, fearful sound because of starting with like a sustained, it sounds like cello, sustained cello, and then we have this natural buildup of the piano, dum 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 dum. That's all like the heart pounding. That's the feeling of anxiety, of stress, of concern, of worry, of you know, this is not going to be easy for anybody. Now, obviously, we know that he eventually wants to meet up with Sophie, and they have this beautiful, tender moment of reconnection. But there's also the trepidation, like, what if she doesn't want to see him, you know? And on top of that, he knows that the very next day, they're going on Expedition 33. They're setting off for the continent. So I think, like, the introduction of this is actually really powerful. Now, the other cool thing, and the thing that makes Gustav's theme, is that beautiful piano, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And to me, it ends up really being a bit of a cyclical sound. Da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da, da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da. So it kind of spins on itself. And if we think of Gustav as a character, I think that Gustav tends to have a tendency to be very introspective, right? He tends to think a lot. He's a thinker. He's not really funny. You know, he's not a humorous guy. I think he's like deeply serious. And I love how the piano here really alludes to that. Let's keep going. See, this is just all tension and stuff, right? I find it really beautiful too that the cello and the piano actually sync up at parts. So they have like two different ideas, and they da 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 da, and then the cello and the piano come together. It's so dope. But the spinning is really like that mental anguish, isn't it? All right. Now the cellos took over. Super low too. I think it's interesting too because Gustave's theme comes before we hear Lumiere, and it's the same concept to me, like it's the same musical phrasing, right? And that's really clear. The clair obscur motif, the Lumiere motif, it's one of the most recurrent motifs in the entire game, and a lot of the songs are actually built off of that. And I find it really beautiful, but also somber and sad that so much of it's placed in the cello. Now, in this particular case, we have two cellos, and I think like being low like that, to me, it really, again, it leans into the melancholic nature of the entire piece, you know? But even in general, that melody is a very sad one. It doesn't really ever reach a happy peak. You know what I mean? Da 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 da. It doesn't go da 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 da. It doesn't go up. It goes da da da. Man, life could have been so beautiful. Da da da. And then it goes right back down. And I think that having the lower cello, string sound is really evocative. And I think it really also leans into the idea of like how sad this whole thing is, isn't it? I mean, it's just like a terrible situation to be in, Kids that end up being foster children because their parents die from a gommage, or the parents want to have kids, but then give the children up because they want them to live a better life and not be sad. I mean, the whole thing is just like so incredibly tragic. And I think it's interesting though to me because the tempo really continues to move, and so in my mind, the tempo moves because Gustave has to achieve something, right? Like the character has to move forward. And so even though the sadness, it's basically like that motif could easily be grief, right? Like, and that's something I'm just thinking about while talking out loud. Like, what if the cello, that Lumiere motif, is actually the motif of grief? What? Genius, I know. Think fast. Psh, you know what I mean? Like that was a baguette. Psh. So that's a thought I had. Is like, what if we need some lightness for these heavy subjects? But what if what if the cello signifies grief? And that piano signifies like his willingness to discover or explore or like invent and try to protect his loved ones, you know what I mean? Maëlle, his sister. Like it's all very interesting. Let's keep going. Because that's the upper register in the piano. You see how the upper register in the piano is be-do-dee-boo-dee-boo. Now, what if the unison there that we just hear? So we just heard the cello and the piano come together, right? So what if that's an acceptance moment? Like, what if that's the moment where we say, I need to navigate this, and so I'm going to use my intellect, my intuition, my intelligence, whatever, to my courage, whatever, and like. It's almost like stepping in and accepting that grief and choosing to have it be embracing it as a real part of you, which is something that all of us need to do when we navigate grief anyway, by the way. Grief is a brutal feeling that we carry with us, those of us that have lost people or pets or whatever. Like that feeling of emptiness. Now it changes, but we do become sort of one with it. Rather than it being a thing that kind of continues to attack us, that grief jar gets much bigger, even though grief stays the same. And so I wonder if like that piano and the cello coming together is acceptance, and I love this. None of this is accurate, by the way. Like, I'm just talking, and I hope that when you're listening to these pieces, like, you should really be doing the same thing. Like, if you want to explore or continue to watch this and like and subscribe to the channel. YouTube should have lit up the like and the subscribe button if you haven't yet, because I said those things. But you can. We all have to navigate grief in our own way. And I think like this is really like leaning into the acceptance of it. And it doesn't matter if that's right or wrong. It's my interpretation of the piece. And there is no such thing as right or wrong when it comes to interpreting how we feel about something. But I love that. I love the unison part of it. Don't you? And then the key change, really interesting. Even the key change is interesting. See, and here the piano leaves the cello behind, but it's also interesting because then the cellos go up an octave. It's almost to say like, yes, I'm going to push through. Yes, I'm going to, continue to live. I don't have a choice. I have to go to the continent. I have to perform, and find myself and work towards a goal. Or despite that, I can't sit back. I don't know. I find it really interesting. I love this part. Dum 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 dum. It's like asking questions. Bum 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 bum. And I love that. That part's so interesting because bum bum ba bum 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 ba bum. Well, what do you think that means to you? Because to me, when I listen to that, that's like that to me, because of the space within the notes, that's pondering, that's contemplation. It's like asking questions. That's what do I do? Or like, man, am I ready to see Sophie? Or shoot, do I really think we can put an end to the paintress? Or you know what I mean? I really think that's like such an interesting thing. Asking questions like that lead to personal discoveries too. But I love how we take this moment of pause. We don't have the legato of the cello. We actually have we do, but we end up having a little bit more of a sharpness to the notes, which I think is fun. Really nice harmony there. Feels like the cello is trying to go higher, Oh. Da-da-dum, 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 da-da-dum. And the one thing I would say there, first of all, that when the cello goes up, there is that little bit of hope. But again, the hope is so colored by the loss that pervades, right? But I also find it ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-dum. I think that the piano there is really like putting one's head down and saying, I don't have a choice. This is it. We have to do this. It's a real acceptance kind of, especially because it comes at the end of the piece of Gustav. So there's this like quality of, okay, I have to do this. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of determination, but the determination is like, ever so slightly sheepish because of the sense of sadness and loss. You know, it's so beautiful. And that cello's pervasive throughout. A little bit of syncopation and nice triplets in there as well. That unison again. Up the octave. And so you get a little bit of hope there at the very end with the piano going do-ba-do-ba-doom at the very upper register, which is really amazing. I mean, it's Gustav's theme is probably my favorite. It's the most, for lack of a better word, it's the most melodramatic. It's the most melodramatic cheapens it. I don't mean it that way, but it's certainly the most. It's the most like pained, and the most like wanting for things to be better. Rather than being about him as a character, which I do think it provides that sort of intellectualism through music and, questions and stuff. But it's the most like candid of the inner melancholy that Gustav suffers. And I think it's just, I love it. I love it so much. It's a beautiful piece. If you like this sort of stuff, there's more on the channel. Think fast! Stay tuned for more. I'm filming 33 episodes of Clair Obscur music. Some of my favorites, some of the community's favorites. Really looking forward to more of this wonderful soundtrack. It has been on repeat in my car while doing other things, and I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. Thanks a ton, and I'll see you later. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You just beat the boss in the Flying Waters? Nice. Well, I love that boss. I'll tell you when to go away and not watch anymore. Thanks, Rogue Jelly. Appreciate it. Thank you. I know we're almost at 400,000 and 400 and we're almost at 401. We're almost at 401,000. That's absurd. It's been a day. Anyway, love Gustav's theme. Let's keep going while I still have spring in my step. Speaking of spring, let's check out Get Up for Lumiere. Again, I'm doing intros for all of these because they're individual videos. So you're just here. Oh, I love that track, Felix. I'm not going to say it out loud because there are folks in here that haven't gotten there yet, but I can't wait till we analyze that. That will be in about 7 tracks. I may very well end with that track. Yeah, because after that's Via Te Me, and that track is very dense at 11 minutes. So yes, of course, Hal, that one's definitely in here. I just didn't want to film this by myself. I've become such a streamer, which I love, to be honest. I love streaming. What do I think of Arc Raiders? I haven't been able to play it. I heard some of the soundtrack today, and holy shit, it sounds awesome. Hey, what's up, Zachary? Thank you so much. Appreciate you. All right. Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Marco. I love talking about video game music from an emotional perspective after spending a decade on the stage as an opera singer. Today I'll be talking about Spring Meadows' Get Up for Lumiere. Really excited to analyze this and listen to it from an emotional perspective. Think fast! Baguette attack. Here we go. So I want to talk about this little corner before we dive into the big part. That's also the most replayed part. But thum bum ba da ba bum bum ba da ba bum bum ba da dum. This is the first time we hear the Lumiere theme with a bit of gumption, right? A bit of energy, a bit of that battle theme intensity that we all know. Those of us that are gamers ourselves, we understand that this is the battle version of that. There's a lot of energy behind that, right? And I think part of that's because of the space. Bum 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 ba ba bum. Bum 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 ba bum, right? And it's cool. Actually, that sounds a lot like Chim chimnery, chim chimnery, chim chim charoo. I'm trying to deep body up, yeah. Chim, it's Mary Poppins. Anyway, all that to be said, I love the intensity of this. It's the strings, shun 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 shun. It does sound like marching as well, which is really, really there's naturally an energy in that and a slight raise in the tempo. Also, the way we start out with that single bow, kind of alluding to the danger that's at foot. Let's keep going. There, that little that's really cool. Question. What's gonna happen? So, I mean, when I first heard that in game, I was like, oh, chorus, okay. And I tell you, a chorus of many, many singers really adds always an element of dignity and power and confidence and a sense of majesty to a piece. Now, what I think is really interesting about this whole soundtrack, having listened to all of it, I think at least twice now, is the, so this is interesting to me, because essentially the Lumiere motif actually pervades throughout the entire soundtrack. However, the notes are always ever so slightly different. So what we end up getting is pieces that sound like Lumiere, which is essentially the main theme of the game is Alicia, but the Lumiere is the heart and soul of the people of this world, right? That is the core crux. That is the, like, if we were to take a magnifying glass, Lumiere is the soul of Clair Obscur, right? The place Lumiere is so important to the story. And so what's really cool is that we are often getting it throughout many, many different pieces. But in this particular case, we get a slightly modified version of it in the cello, kind of like we did with Gustav. But in this particular case, it's to bolster and to sound, enthusiastic, to lead us, to march us into battle, to lead us on our quest to stop the paintress, right? And I feel like that's really effective. Also, again, sharp rhythms, always going to be effective. Bum, 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 always. Sharp rhythms like that are always going to instigate a feeling of battle, a feeling of propulsion, a feeling of, forward movement. Tempo is important and rhythm are important to having a sense of drive, to getting us from point A to point B. In order to get there, we have to move through that with rhythm and tempo. Also really appreciate the piano right before the big choral stuff. That's almost like a question. It's almost like a sense of like, yo, what the hell? Watch out, back attack. Back attack, baguette attack. There's almost a sense of danger that comes with that piano. A little bit of mystery, a little bit of like, what do we do? Oh God, here we go. We're launching into battle. Boom. As we go up the scale. It's pretty dope. Love the twinkling in this. Ba-bum, ba-bum. Ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. It's interesting to me how these two sections have different musical contexts, right? The first part we just listened to, ba-bum, ba-bum, that's more of the like nervousness, right? More like, especially in the upper register and the piano and the twinkling sounds and stuff. It's like, okay, well, can I do this? Like, are we going to be, there's that question, right? The question thing always is under there. Now this half, this is like, well, we are at war. Right? We have to go to work. We have to battle. We have to do it. So it's interesting because the one is like, can I do it? The next one is, yes, I will do it. And I like that musically, how we can get these like little micro shifts. And you might say to yourself, well, Marco, why are you stopping so much? I'm trying to stop at each individual section because actually this piece You know, it's only 4 minutes long. And yet this piece has multiple little micro sections within it that are different emotional contexts. So we have to look at a piece in a macro meatball scale, and also in a micro meatball scale. And in this particular case, I think it's helpful for us to take a look at all the individual sections of this to determine what each individual portion is emotionally telling us. And I think it's really, really cool that the music is not one note for 4 minutes. It's so boring if everything is the same, you know? Love that lower piano there. That's that danger. That's the enemy. The enemy's approaching, you know? And the sort of tremolo repetition in the strings. Ooh. And this is really like, we might die here. It's magical, it's mysterious, confusing. I love how it slows down and moves away from the battle idea. This feels more determined, doesn't it? Ba-bum, 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 right? A little bit more hope in that, kind of. Ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. Determination. Dum 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 da da dum da da dum. You know, I have a thought. To me, it's like, you know, not to end at such a peak moment there, but like, why is the cello so pervasive? You know, it's an interesting thing. I think to me, and based on my ear, like the cello is such a human sound. And I think like there are a couple different instruments that really, really, really lean into the humanity. If we're not using the human voice, you know, we could use a trombone, we could use a clarinet, we could use the cello. And those are kind of like the instruments that are most closely related to human singing. And I find it really interesting how musical and how vocal the cello ends up sounding in this particular piece. And notice how, even though we have all this movement, the cello is actually the most pervasive instrument that is actually being played here. And I think that, to me, now, in Gustav's theme, we talked about how the cello represents, and if you haven't checked out that video, you definitely should. The cello represents grief. So what if that's not the same? What if grief, and again, we're just doing some like musical, emotional investigation. None of this is right, you know? But like, what if that grief and the chorus that's in there now is actually, the chorus and the cello are representing the group grief felt by the citizens of Lumiere and by the expedition themselves. You know, because now we have a party of people that are going into a conflict. Maybe the cello is that pervasive feeling of loss that really accompanies us everywhere we go in this game, right? Or is it just simply like the individual characters? You know, is it Gustav again? You know, is it the collective what does it represent? And the answer is up to you, really. I'm just here to point it out. But I love that the chorus here really doubles us down on the idea that we have to fight. We have to march forward. We have to, as a group, as an expedition, we have to try to defeat the paintress. And I love that's that sharp rhythm and that choral accompaniment, as if to say, we will not surrender, we will not give up. Or, well, the chorus just sounds awesome. So maybe that's all it is to it. One of the most interesting things about being an opera singer was and is the fact that I would sit down with a score, the music of a composer, and I would study what we interpreted that they wrote. Because not everything was exactly spelled out in the score. And so one of the cool things about music is that you can sit down with individual pieces and be like, okay, the cello is this, the violins are that. Okay, interesting. You don't need to necessarily ask the composer. Now we could, because thankfully, everyone's alive. But, having worked and interacted with many dead composers, you have to just kind of guess. And I find that really amazing, because they may not even have thought about it as deeply as we, the opera singers, were as we were preparing their work. But it's important, and the beauty of music and art, to be able to explore the deeper thought processes that people may or may not go through. And it can only help to explore the ins and outs of something, even if the composer never even really thought about that and just said, hey, you know what, that would sound dope. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's cool. I love that we end upwardly in that cello. And then we actually are tons of uncertainty in this. Wow, tons. Now we do resolve, but we end up with like a lot of meandering there. Now the cello goes up, it comes back down. We end up with that twinkling sound. There's a bit of like stress in there as well. We don't know what's going to happen. Isn't that amazing? So while we do resolve and we do end up finishing the song, it doesn't just kind of leave us like with unknowns. It does kind of meander into a feeling of concern and a little bit of like, well, shoot, how is this going to go? I love that, because it's not just like, hey, we're going to do great, whatever. You know what I mean? It's just so beautiful. I love that. I love that. If you like this, there's lots more on the channel. I'm on a journey to get 33 songs uploaded for Clair Obscur. Definitely check those out if they're interesting to you. Thanks a ton, and I'll see you later. Bye. I like that track. That track is not as bombastic as some of the others, but I dig it all the same. Hello. Really enjoy that track. It's fun. Yes, so Tom, I mentioned that in the Gustav video that I filmed right before this one, that I think that the cello represents grief. And I think that is the pervasive feeling that actually kind of stays put. Hey, Dvalin, what's up? How are you? Should you be flying through the air? Wow, 2 tracks and only 30 minutes in? That's impressive. I'm not doing too much talking, I don't think either, which is really nice. Sometimes I need an editor. I talk so much. You thought it was magnifique, Ian? Okay, I'll take your word for it. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Yas. Thank you. Well, hopefully these videos will also be very good. A handler? I'm a cat. I need a cat wrangler. Talk analysis on point. Talk good, yes, do. Well, let's keep this train going while I still have momentum and stamina. I am absolutely feeling like a connoisseur. You're still on chapter 2? I'll let you know when we get into spoilery stuff. Well, I'm glad you're on the live. Will I talk about robe du jour? Yes. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I think so. Actually, the one I have picked is Tisser la beauté. But I suppose, because I also wanted Idéal mental from Visage. L'amour d'un père, Monaco, Lost Voice, Forgotten Battlefield, Un Vitamé, Lampmaster, Megabot, Gestural Summer Party, Rain from Ground. And your PS5 deleted the last 30 hours? How does that happen, Katya? Oh my goodness, that's terrible news. I'm so sorry. Time to play it again. Yeah, that would devastate me too. Well, at least you were finished. But that is too bad. That hurts. Visage vers le sommet. I kind of want to try it on expert too. Aline. Pantresse. Lettre à ma... I don't want to say any of these. I'm trying not to say these titles out loud. Oh, no, here it is. Oh, no, you know, that's funny. The Sirène is Poème d'amour. I don't have Robe de jour. Well, all of it was really beautiful, wasn't it? Entre 6 ads in a row? Damn. Marco Meatball greedy. Sorry. We lost un vie à peindre, un vie à rêver. Okay, well, let's keep going. You were missing the last boss? Oh, Katya, I'm so sorry. Déchire l'étoile, that's the Madrigal song, right? Well, actually, I'm missing 4 pieces, because right now there's only 29, so... Yeah, the whole seat. Yeah, I agree. Light spoilers in here, guys. Nothing. We're not talking plot points. Just FYI. Bonjour, ça va? J'espère que tout va bien. No plot spoilers. I beg you, for people that haven't finished. I will try not to as well, and I'll let you know when we cross into the different acts. Okay, we're going to check out Spring Meadows Battling Breeze. Also, just for the record, I may not talk too much in all of them. Like, I don't know, depending on how long some of y'all have been around, sometimes I talk a lot, sometimes I talk a little, sometimes I don't talk at all. It just depends on the piece. I do try to label them as such. So like if I just end up listening to a piece and talking about it afterwards, I usually will say opera singer listens to XYZ versus opera singer breaks down XYZ. Via T'aimer is really good. Do I ever have copyright issues using licensed music? Yes, John, I do. Thank you for that. You can just ask a question anytime. This stream will be fine. For Clair Obscur, you'd be fine. But for licensed music, you'd have to be a little bit careful. All right. Pay attention. All right. Hey, everybody. What's up? My name is Marco. I'm a professional opera singer. I don't want to say professional. Hey, everybody. What's up? My name is Marco. I'm a fucking shit. Hey everybody, what's going on? My name is Marco. I'm an opera singer. I love talking about video game music from an emotional perspective after a decade on the stage. I love video games and I love Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I'm on a quest to review and talk about and or listen to 33 tracks from the game. Today we're going to be checking out Spring Meadows Battling Breeze. Watch out! Here we go. Da 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 ya. Ya da da da. So, I really love the transition from the beginning of this. First of all, I absolutely adore so essentially it's interesting because the strings as we start are really the dominant force, right? The rhythm of those strings. And now strings tend to be fairly melodic, or they tend to be fairly legato. In this particular instance, we have the strings bum ba bum 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 ba bum 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 ba bum 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 bum. They're much more rhythmic, which I find kind of cool, but it's really the piano. And I should point out, after listening to this entire soundtrack front to back at least twice now, the piano features incredibly frequently, which is a delight. I mean, I grew up personally listening to a lot of piano music. And so for me, I'm like a pig in doo-doo. I'm just so happy because the piano is such an expressive instrument. Not all of them are expressive, but I feel like the piano's warm middle register, very nice and bright upper register, almost childlike, gentle upper register, and that deep, low, scary register, a really haunting lower register. There's so much variety in the piano, and I love the percussive hits of the hammers on the keys. Anyway, I love the way that it starts, and I love that the piano gets the melody. But the melody's very light here too, which is really fun because it goes bum ba da dum bum, and it's like obviously this is a battle theme, but the way that it's built on itself at the beginning is just so like, I don't know, it's not the type of battle theme where it's like, come on, ah! It's not like that. It's much more thoughtful and much more introspective. Also the as we get into it, it really shifts and morphs around itself, which is really interesting. Let's start it over. Like, I love the emphasis on the strings right here. Da, 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 yeah. There's still tension. Especially the strings, divine tension. Sounds like the harp and the piano, actually. And now we're in it. So something I just thought of while listening to this is the vocals. Now, this is probably one of the first sort of battles that we are having in the continent. And I think like there's a lot of mysticism within that echoey kind of combat sound. There's a bit of a feeling of like allure. There's mystery, there's a mysticism. I think like the hushed over vocals really add a layer of like, whoa, almost that, despite the fact that we're in a battle, which is by perception, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the fact that we're in a conflict, right? But musically, there's also a little bit of that subtext of wonderment, right? Of like, oh my God, do you see that thing? Whoa. That thing is like got vines. You know what I mean? Like nothing is really one dimensional, and certainly not in this particular game, which has lots and lots of shades of gray. We don't know full truths. We don't really, there's a lot of three dimensionality to the characters. And so I think in this case, while this is a battle theme, there's also a degree of like, of awe, right? Maybe even a little bit of like curiosity or excitement. Again, who knows? But I like the idea of it not just being like a battle theme, and instead it's like, a battle theme, and instead it's it also has a degree of wonderment or even like amazement, right? Which I think is kind of nice. Especially, see how it goes up to the upper register. And then the trumpets come in. Da, 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 da. Oh man, I forgot. Oh my god, I love the transition to the guitar. So this is really interesting because there is a bit of push and pull, but really that half right there is so great because of the momentum, the trumpets in the, I mean, it's like so cool. The trumpets in the back just give us a little bit of that zhuzh to get us into the battle. Right? And then all that gets stripped away. And then we're left with this stunning guitar. I mean, and I think part of the reason why I like this theme so much and why I've chosen to analyze it is because also of the guitar use. Because it isn't like a quintessential battle theme that just goes 0 to 60 and it's just kind of the same thing over and over and over. And one of the biggest compliments I can give this entire soundtrack is the fact that most things are varied. Now, I don't think that you can listen to the entire soundtrack in your car. There are certain pieces that really benefit from the context. Now, they're good pieces. They're composed well, all that other stuff. It's a extremely well composed, just from like personal taste, right? But there's so many tracks that just work out of context. And then there are other tracks that work incredibly well in context that maybe you wouldn't want to listen to in your car, like with the beach landing and stuff like that stuff. I mean, do your thing. But like for me personally, that's a song I'll skip over in the car. And that's actually how, side note to all of this, is that's how I judge soundtracks based on what's truly good to me is the car test. Can I listen to this entire soundtrack in the vehicle? And 90% of the tracks are things that I can listen to out of context and enjoy just because they're written well and are fun to listen to. Whatever fun, whether it's sad, happy, like fun meaning not like happy, but fun, like they're just good to listen to. And I will say for an 8-hour soundtrack, 154 tracks, I would say the vast majority are delightful to listen to in the car. But that's a separate conversation. I love here when we march into this new idea with the guitar. And again, from an emotional perspective, you have to understand that, like, you know, a battle theme is a battle theme. And yet, having this incredible subtlety with using different instruments elevates it so that it's not just like constant, where it actually has nuance. And it makes us actually lean forward. I mean, like, how many times have you heard a guitar in a battle theme? Never. I don't remember. I don't recall a time. Check this out. Me. And that's sad. It's like, we gotta do this, man. It's how do we gotta step into third gear? Right there, and then they add the chorus. Ba, sha, boy, sha, Sa, 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 sha, ba, sha. And I think we move past the mysticism of the first half, and now here we get this real deep, like, hey, ha, ha. That's really in the moment of saying, like, okay, enough is enough. We have to double down. We have to lean into this conflict and actually finish. We have to survive these small scale fights because we need to continue to our mission. Right. And I think that's so cool because we still get sort of this dialed back, like, what the fuck is going on here? But also, hey, you better snap out of it and wake up. And I think that's where that strong choral sound, again, very sharp, but we still get the guitar. And so it's almost like, how do I do this? You know, how do I press down? How do I double down and just commit to this? You know what I mean? But then here's the mysticism. Ba-da-dum-dum. What we heard before in the piano, but now elevated, which is actually an interesting callback to it. Dum, da, da, dum, dum. I love the pullback as if like getting the rug pulled out from under you. So I think like, again, having the callback then with the sort of like ethereal sound that we have in the very beginning with the piano is a beautiful way of bookending the piece. But now that's mostly towards the end of it. But it's almost as if the mysticism and the piano kind of combine, obviously, and have that ethereal sound. I also think that the voices there are really interesting too, because it's almost like, I think that there's respect for the world, right? Even though we're fighting things within it, and these painted creations, the Nevrons, there is still this like sort of like fascination. You can imagine Lune being like, "Whoa, look at this thing! Oh my God, fire spell!" But at the same time, being like, "Whoa, look at the way that its skin is," or "Look at the fur. I studied this in my book." Whatever. Like none of that's accurate, right? But all of it's up for a wonderful interpretation. And these pieces are incredible at like eliciting a mood, and also just are amazing to listen to. Like, you don't have to do this analysis thing at all with any of these pieces. You can just enjoy them. But they're very rich and they're very deep, and they have a lot of like substance to them, and that's really fun for me to be like, oh, I wonder why we choose to harken back to that piano motif from earlier, but now we have the like heightened mysticism in it. I don't have the answers, but it's really fun to consider why. Anyway, if you like this sort of stuff, there's going to be a lot more stuff from Clair Obscur on the channel. If there isn't already, feel free to check out that. Feel free to check out my entire playthrough, and thanks a ton, and I'll see you later. Bye. That track is fun. That's fun. I like that one a lot. All right, I'm going to keep going just because I have the steam, and I'd like to get to Un Via T'aimer for the final of our stuff here today. I have a camera focus. You know why? It's because I keep doing this. I keep touching the... It's because I... hold on. I think it's because of... Hold on. I think it's because I'm like using my hands. Yeah. It's focusing on the mic too. This is a new yeah. These will all be separate videos. Yes, solo. I was going to film them by myself, but I didn't want to. So, hey Tsuki, thanks for hanging out. Was that a baguette? Don't worry about it. No, it wasn't a baguette. I don't honestly know. I don't know how to lock my focus. I just did Get Up for Lumiere last track. This is track 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. My goal is to get another... Hold on. My hope is to get another 9 tracks done. I have not listened to Visage Aria pour un masque de colère. No. They do. A lot of the tracks do spoil things. Well, working hard. I have a cover of Clair Obscur that I might actually record it on stream. You know what's funny is I used to do 10 videos a day. But I've since not, I'm simply too lazy to do that now. But to be fair, these days I'll do a full video with 10 tracks in it. So my workload has changed quite a bit. If I wasn't going to do individual songs for this, I would just do what I'm doing now. But because I'm splitting them up, because not only I'm sorry, for algorithmic reasons I'm splitting it up, but also because I think I've picked songs that I like and also the songs that are most played. So, I'm being a bit of a dastard. Do I take notes beforehand? No, Osama. And honestly, half the time I talk, I feel like I make no fucking sense. So it's only afterwards that I'm like, oh, Actually, that actually felt like I actually was pretty eloquent there. Most of the time, no. Most of the time when I'm talking, if I listen to myself, I think I sound like I don't make any sense. Or worse, that I'm not actually providing any value whatsoever. So I'm glad that it seems like I take notes, because no, I'm just kind of spitballing. It's a gift. What can I say? No, it's just because of my experience, which anybody can do. To be fair, yeah. I mean, maybe I just doubt myself or whatever. My 3 top tracks, I can't tell you yet. I'm not there yet. I will tell you that how do you find such nice people as me, IRL? I'm not nice, man. I'm a fucking asshole, actually. Fuck all y'all. Just kidding. Actually, a giant asshole. Just kidding. No, anybody can do what I do. Anybody can do what I do. It's just about listening. We're all broken and have our dark secrets. And you better keep them. I don't want them. Don't share them here. You know what's really funny is that this shirt absolutely doesn't fit. You're French. Oh, poor thing. This shirt truly does not fit me. By the way, my boob sweat is unreasonable right now. No trauma dump from me. Damn. I was hoping for that juicy shit. All right. I want to keep chatting, but if I don't get these 9 tracks done, I'm going to be really bummed out. Plus, at 4:30, I'm meeting with Victor to talk about his particular contributions to the soundtrack. So I want to make sure that. Any opinions on SK's bath? I want to drink it. What other opinion do you need? Give me some of that water. We continue. Oh, the track. Oh, SK's Bath is really interesting. That wasn't on my list. So here's the plan, by the way. My plan for Expedition 33 is to film these 33 tracks, basically upload them every day, every other day, and not using any like actual thumbnail images from the game, just using generic thumbnails. Opera Singer listens to, Opera Singer reacts, whatever. And then once that's done, doing a full OST listen. So if there are tracks that don't get individually covered, we will be doing probably 3 days of intensive OST listen. Now, those will not be involved with me breaking things down, although if they're tracks I haven't covered, I'll probably talk about them briefly. So I have a whole plan for Clair Obscur Expedition 33. And no, I'm not milking it for content. I'm not. But, you know, I love the soundtrack so much. I feel like the game was made for me. So, like, you know, I'm really excited about it. There's also probably going to be more episodes. Like I have the video from a certain part of Act 3 that I would like to upload about sharing my own personal stories and stuff. Yeah. Anyway, stop distracting me. God forbid. God forbid. It's actually funny because people are like, well, it's the honeymoon phase. It's like, bro, like I met my fiance after 1 day and I was like, okay, I'm done. Anyway. Recency bias has no effect on me. It's kind of funny watching people absolutely mauled on Twitter over the fact that it's the highest reviewed Metacritic game of all time from users. And people be like, it can't be better than Ocarina of Time. It's like, it's overhyped. It's like, dude, just chill, bro. Just chill. No one cares. Oh my God. stop distracting myself. I'll do whatever I damn well please. Crazy. It feels good to rally around something. I just like some games just come out at the right time, you know. Oh, Despelote did that well. 91. That's cool. Pretty surprised that people didn't review bomb it. That's true. Honestly, it's been a pretty good year for games so far. The 100 line Last Defense Academy is actually kind of surprising me. I've been playing it slowly. I just always fall asleep because it's visual novel-esque. Despelote. Anyway, now I am getting distracted. This might be the prettiest game I've played. Yeah. Yeah, compared to Ghost of Tsushima, yeah. All right, let me keep going. Otherwise, I'm going to lose steam. What's up, everybody? My name is Marco. I am a former... Shit, no. Low energy. What's up, everybody? Wait, that's going to look bad. Hey, everybody. My name is Marco. I am a... Fuck. Oh, my word. My name is Marco. Uh-oh. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. It's only 3 tracks so fast, so far. I need to get going. What's up, everybody? My name is Marco. I am a former... This is because I'm changing my intro slightly. Did you ever see... There's this really funny video, by the way. Kermit the Frog. No, never mind. I can't share this out loud. My bad. There's a really funny video of Kermit the Frog on Omegle, and that shit just is fucking hilarious. Oh. Hey, everybody. What's up? My name is Marco. I am a professional opera singer. I love talking about video game music from an emotional perspective because I'm a gamer and I love music and games. And today we're going to be checking out the world map. Think fast! Taking down the Paintress. Let's check it out and analyze it a little bit. I love that Celeste back there. Oh, wait, sorry. I got so got distracted. I didn't actually talk about any of that. There's so much to talk about in this piece. Okay, so it's a 2-minute and 43-second piece. But my God, there's like so many little details. So we're gonna have to start over. So let's. All right. So right off the top, first of all, what I think is really interesting, and I've noticed this with a lot of the tracks in this particular recording, is they're mixed. Interestingly, they're mixed with the vocals incredibly forward. And I don't think it's to its detriment, but it is something I've noticed where I'm like, oh, the vocals are like really sticking out. And I think it's kind of intentional. So let's just start from the top of this and break it down a little bit. First of all, I love the way that, I mean, I know this is pedantic, but like even the way we start a piece makes a colossal difference. I mean, we're going to go through this with like a fine tip cone. I love the way that we build into that with that kind of hit. And that really sets us up with that, you know, that sort of downbeat into this piece. Just awesome. Vocals over top with the oo vowels. So even right there, see, that's where you get that ba 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 ba. Now, what is that? That's just pure, raw, unadulterated baguette. That is like pure, raw, unadulterated. Like, here we go. It's game time. We're not in the spring meadows. We're not thinking about like, oh, how pretty. This is like, you are in my way. You will have to die. You know what I mean? Like, this is power. This is like connecting with that primal force within you to like lift that heavy load, right? And navigate this difficulty. On top of that, though, we have this beautiful oo vowels, which are actually the dominant force there. And I think that the oo vowels are actually representing that sensitivity that we still have as humans. You know, that sensitivity to having to continue this fight. I really, really love how it's just vowels. And the oo vowel is the most closed of a, e, I, o, u. U and e being the two closed vowels, while o is slightly open depending on the version and depending on your language. A and e being the most open. U is incredibly closed, and what's cool about oo vowels is that they create this cavern in the mouth. Ooh, ooh. It's just a big like all of this is just vowel. And I really, what the fuck am I even saying? Ooh, ee, ooh, yeah. So that has a big, it's not as open as ah, which is like ah. It's just a big open. Anyway, vowels are awesome, and I think in this particular case, using ooh has a different emotional sensation to ah. I know this is crazy, but like, hear me out. Ooh is like, it's like mystery. An oo vowel is like, you know, there's a quality of it of like, whoa. Whereas like ah. It's a very open vowel, right? Ah is like very like inviting. Ah doesn't sound the same as ooh. And I know that that's really weird to talk about, but let me have this one. I just think that the oo vowel there is incredibly effective. And also from an emotional perspective, I think that the oo vowel really lends itself to like, okay, can we do this? Whereas ah, which is much more open, is like, yeah, I can do this. I don't know. I find that really interesting. And even there, now we get that full, like, whatever language or whatever they're saying. And there you can feel the adrenaline, right? There you can feel that backing with the horns in the voice there too. Right? It's like, I'm not going to let anybody get in my way. And ultimately, that's what you really want out of a battle theme. And I mean, the title is Taking Down the Paintress. What more subtext do you need? Like, that tells us this is the moment. This is the moment. This is the moment that we're going to go in and take names and kick ass. This is the moment that Mael, does her thing and destroys your team, the enemies with one hit. You know what I mean? Like, that's the power is laden within that piece. It's so awesome. But there's the ah vowel. Like, I'm actually not crazy. And you feel how actually when they go up like it's as if to say like, man, we might actually die here, but you know what? We don't have an option. We have got to keep pushing forward. Isa, da, 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 da. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what it feels like to you, but to me, it's like, oh God, there's that moment of like, can I do this? Can we push through? And then I'll explain why it shifts later. Yes. And it repeats. It repeats. Stretches out. Ah. You get that really strong hit. Ba, ba, ba. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, we're gonna be fine. There's that big shift right there. Boom, bam, 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 boom. See, isn't that cool? So we have that like and then we got as the piano cascades down with whatever, you know, you hear the fire, you hear the immolation, you hear the stab, you hear the dark magic, the slashing of the swords and the clashing of the whatever. Like you hear that, and I love how it kind of just picks up and it says, oh, we're not going to ever sit back and let this, you know what I mean? Like, it's just so much fun to feel that renewed sense. It's really, that's what it is. It's a renewed sense of fortitude, of courage, of being unwilling to be held down or pressed away. You know what I mean? Listen to the transition one more time, just for your own sake. Right here. And you already hear it. Right here. It's set up by that piano. Notice here the words Kishimuna. There's a lot of consonant use actually. Marina da 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 Marina. There's a lot of hitting, and I think that also adds to the element of like intensity there. Kishimana. Like all of that is really when we hit consonants, the goal is to extend the effect, right? To double down on the sound, right? To lean into the expression, and we do this all the time when we're emphatic with our words, like just like that, marida, marida, right? Like it's the same concept, which is super dope. It's very elegant though. And there's actually a sustain there, right here. Oh. Sustain with the pressure of the trumpets. Renoir. Verso. Alicia. Wow. Mael. Aline. Alina. Wow. So right off the bat, careful spoilers in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Amazing. So this is the world map taking down the Paintress battle theme. And at the very end of this thing, we actually get exposed to the people, the players of this. It's pretty cool. And also notice that it's all whatever, right? Like we're coming up at it from the upper register, and each of these individuals are somber and sad. There's a quality in the vocals of that. Renoir, verso, mein Halina. Fascinating. All of those names have a feeling of sadness attached to them. And again, this is like a hardcore battle theme. Taking down the Paintress. And yet you just, pretty much the whole time, you're made aware of certain things. I'm trying very hard not to spoil it. Don't want to spoil anything for anybody. Watch my videos and don't forget to like and subscribe. The colors should have changed on those things. Pretty cool. Like, subscribe. You should see a like in it. Anyway, really beautiful. I mean, Taking Down the Patriots is such an awesome battle theme. I remember hearing this for the first time and I was like, slack-jawed. Thanks a ton. Hope you enjoyed this. Sorry for the baguette shenanigans, but I bought it. I got to use it. Thanks a ton and I'll see you later. Bye. Well, I might skip Serpenhare. One sec. Yeah, I'll do it later because this is major spoilers. I'd rather skip it. All my favorite tracks are coming up. Chat, are you having fun? I hope you're having fun. I'm much happier doing this with you guys than doing it solo. Good. Good, I'm glad you are. Yeah! What did you miss? Not much. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. And one of them is 11 minutes. Oh, I'm going to be cooked. All right. Yeah, no worries, no name. And you get to see the video earlier. Hey, Sombra. Yeah, come back when you're finished. Come back when you're finished. There'll be time. Okay. Only lack a red beret. I've got a black beret. No one can see the chat besides me, by the way. Oh. I am French now. How are you today? Do you know who I am, huh? You like that I'm French, huh? I can smoke. Yeah. Not the mime. What have you done to me? Bonjour à tous! My name is Marco. I'm ashamed of myself. I am a professional opera singer turned voice. No, what the fuck is my intro? Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Marco. What's up, everybody? I am ridiculous. My name is Marco. I'm a professional opera singer. I love talking about video game music from an emotional perspective after a decade on the stage. I'm also a huge gamer, and I love Clair, Obscur, Expedition 33. This is Flying Waters, Go Blue, my favorite track, one of my favorite tracks in the entire soundtrack. I may just vibe with this one. I may not even talk about it. If you're looking for a deep analysis, this might not be the place. Here we go. Actually, no, I will talk because that's my job. One of the things that's really amazing to me about this piece is, first of all, this is like the first time that we get like a new zone with a different soundscape, which I think is really awesome. I also think this fits the flying waters unbelievably well, because it's interesting because water music, thank God there was no swimming in this game, by the way. Water levels, am I right? This, I'm trying to make a joke and losing my train of thought. I fucking hate water levels. I really do truly hate water levels. Anytime I'm inconvenienced, anyway, neither here nor there. You probably don't even know who I am. So you're like, why do I care about what this guy? Anyway, this is amazing because water levels typically have a watery sound, right? We've heard this for decades now, iterations on water themes. And one of the really interesting things about flying waters in this particular case, and in Go Blue especially, is that we get still we still get that muffled quality, which makes it feel like we're swimming, right? Which makes it feel like we're feeling the fish, or there's like that underwater sort of muffledness, that really works and is incredibly, I don't know, it's kind of like super satisfying. I also love that it's like pseudo lo-fi, but the beat is still pretty fast. But boy, I love this theme. All right, here we go. Ah, this uses a real sonar. Whoa. It's just such a bop. I love the upper register. I love too, actually, something really cool in there. So obviously, ba 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 da da ba. That's Game of Thrones. Ba da 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 ba da da. So you get that, but then that's the second time. There's also another track, a lettre à miel, miel, which is honey. That's wrong. A lettre à miel, miel. That features the Tudzanarkin motif, weirdly. Anyway. A lettre à miel. One of the things that's really cool here is actually the piano. God, I really don't want to talk in this piece because it's such a vibe, but I want to provide value. But like, listen how cool the piano is if you can isolate your ears really quickly. Dum 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 dum. That's where we're getting the rhythm. Also the percussion. Solita. Ah, they're saying go blue. They're saying Solita go blue, which actually has massive lore implications. I can't share them because of spoilers. I don't want to spoil anybody. But like, that's actually crazy if you know the context. And actually, I didn't know that. My friend told me this. My friend John told me that the reason why Go Blue leaves and we never kind of see Go Blue again. Think about it. Think about painting. That's actually crazy. I'm not gonna say anything else. But Solita is, only her in Spanish, or alone in Spanish, feminine, and then Go Blue. La Santana, La Semana Santana. La Santana. God, Yeah, I think this might be my favorite track. So something really cool about this is what works. I think what works really well about this piece is you have the chant Avasaga Masantana, which rhythmically is very interesting and very spacious, right? Like that's pretty repetitive and simple, and I think it works really well to kind of capture the motif and or capture the melody and make us like linger on it, right? Like it's just like so simple that we naturally are like drawn to it. But what I find really cool, and I'm sure you heard this as well, so this is nothing crazy, but you actually have a counter melody that's kind of, again, what I think is really great about this whole soundtrack is that there's a lot of layering, and all of it is helping that main motivic idea of the individual song to be elevated. So like a prime example, so right there. So you have actual sustaining. So you have avas and then over top you have you know what I mean? It's so cool. Up the octave, and I think to me that just works extremely well to have a movement that's fair. That's the rhythm, right? But then to have the sustain over top just adds. It's not necessary, but it adds such like almost like it's amazing how harmony can add a magnifying glass onto the core melody of a piece, which I think is so interesting. I mean, if you've ever listened to a choral piece that had a really strong melody line, or let's say barbershop quartets, because barbershop quartets have the lead singer as the dominant strong voice, and then around it is the harmony. The harmony really adds as a magnifying glass or like a highlighter to the main melody. And so really this track, I mean, it's fairly complex. Obviously it has that watery, sort of spacious, floating or moving really slowly while you paddle your arms and stuff. But more than anything, I think that this piece is so good as it is, but without that harmony highlighting the melody there, the rhythmic melody no less, I think that it would be less interesting. And this is a prime example of how powerful harmony can be, especially when you isolate and hear both of them together. I just love this piece. I do love that sonar ping. That's such a cool little detail. It's also cool how the lower sonar ends up sounding like a percussion instrument that's actually like muffled. Isn't that cool? I just love how the sonar can be used as a rhythmic identity or like a percussive identity. God, I love that track. I love Go Blue so much. If you like this sort of stuff, there's going to be a lot more on the channel. Thanks a ton, and I will see you later. Bye. Oh yeah, like a heartbeat. I didn't even think about that. I have told Lorient to come and hang out. He says he may after he eats. Let me see. I gotta send him the link invite. Hold on one sec. Let me send him the link so you all can thank him personally. Yes, the composer, yeah. Should I wear my should I wear this again? Was this a nice touch? I hope the French take me seriously. I'm nervous that they're gonna think he looked like a fool. He's a fool. We don't wear that. We don't wear that. All right. Next up is Rain from the Ground, another track I absolutely love. Nous avons un peu de français ici? Où sont mon viewer française? Oui, 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 tous les français sont ici. Bien sûr. Bonjour à tous. Most people, French here, don't worry. Most French people look weird with the beret. Am I French? Non, je suis italien. Je suis italien. Mais j'habite à la France pour 9 semaines. Est-ce où je imparé? Non, imparé. Où je I learned François. Non, français quand j'étais à la France. Absolument, nous sommes ici. Ah, bien sûr. Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour tout le monde. I love that the French say the whole world when saying everyone. It's a very funny phrase. Tout le monde. All right, next up. Oh, no, it's not. Hey everybody, my name is Marco. I'm a professional opera singer and I love talking about video game music from an emotional perspective. Today, we're going to be checking out Flying Waters, Rain from the Ground, another one of my favorite tracks from the soundtrack of Clair Obscur Expedition 33, on my journey to analyze and break down and or just vibe to 33 of my favorite tracks from Clair Obscur. Here we go. Yeah, the intensity in this is awesome. So as we build up, first of all, I absolutely adore this track so much. So as we build up, it's really cool because there's actually a massive sense of tension in that. Listen to the bass especially. Let's just break this little corner down really quickly. Check this out. Da 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 ba ba ba. Da. Right? So if we break that down, you have the lower bass that's sustaining the notes, right? Now on top of that, you have the sharp rhythm of the violins going ram bum 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 bum, right? That's building us up. That's building, essentially we started, that's the ground level, right? And throughout this piece, we actually go, and this is crazy to me because Rain from the Ground ends up being super synth wavy, but actually it works incredibly well for, again, a water level. It just wouldn't be like something you would normally think about. And honestly, it would be very easy for this track to absolutely not work, right? Or it to be muddled or to be too far in a different direction. But like the concept of a water level mixed in with this random, like, you know, synth sound just works unbelievably well. But I love how the track really builds from nothing and it starts with all of that tension, right? Ba-bow, 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 ba-bow. Love, I mean, you hear the bass. So before we get into the most amazing epic part that will lose me completely, what I love about this is that we have a natural buildup and we repeat it twice. So you know what it does? It kind of gives us like musical blue balls, it stretches us out. I like how I paused to make sure I should really say that, and then I did anyway. What it does is it builds up tension by repeating it. Ba da 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 ba da da ba da ba da 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 ba da. So it builds. It builds so that then we're like, okay, and then we actually do get that release, and the bass line absolutely smacks. I mean, it's like super like powerful, and it's amazing how the bass, bass is funny because my dad was a bassist, and if my dad wasn't playing, you absolutely felt it, right? The bass provides such a warm power in it, right? Now check this out. Now we just launch. Ba-dum. I mean, it's amazing, right? Like, you think to yourself, like, how is that? How? And it still sounds underwater because there's a bit of the echo effect. But the bass goes off at pretty much that entire thing. But then what's really cool to me is that the upper register, it's just repeating. Like, that's the thing. In reality, that's not very complex. Like, dum, 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 dum. Dum, 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 right? Like, it just kind of repeats, but it does so in a way that, like, again, a repetition can be so addictive, and a repetition can be like immensely satisfying to listen to, especially when it really kicks in and starts to go. It really, really, really is just an incredibly satisfying theme, and you can't help but move. I mean, I think there's something intrinsic in all of us where we naturally enjoy a vibe, right? And I love that this piece doesn't shy away from that, but in fact, it feels like it leans into it so that we like naturally elevate a little bit. And I wonder if like those are not the different ways that we showcase being in water, like elevating, the upper register of the dum 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 dum. I don't know, like we're clearly in the water, even though in this part of the game we're walking and floating, right? Like, I think it's like so cool, but I just love how the bass really grounds us that whole time, and it lets that upper register just kind of have its fun, you know what I mean? And then we shift here with this more intense section. Nice strings. Dum 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 da da da. Actually, I'm going to stop there really quickly and just say that, like, I love how this section actually, it's almost like the synthwave stuff is actually more geared towards us as players and more towards the characters that we're playing that are fighting, and they are fighting with confidence and what have you. But this back half actually with the legato strings, yada, yada, it's a lot more like scary, isn't it? It's a lot more intense. It's a lot more like fearful almost. I find that really interesting. This part is really like, oh no, are we actually, I love that. I love when music like helps us identify whether or not we're actually going to be able to achieve something. And it's all like subtle stuff, because as players, of course, we know that we're going to be able to beat the boss, right? Unless you're playing in expert mode. However, there's these musical clues that would indicate like, oh, this is actually like pretty serious. And while we may overcome it, no problem, there's still that sense of like, I don't know. Da, 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 da. Can I do this? Can we do this? I don't know. You know what I mean? I think that's so elegant. See, and this one kind of just fades out, right? But I love that. I love also that, again, the propulsion that we have throughout that piece. It just feels like it just has energy. I really, really, really love the middle section, of course. The synth section is just such a bop. It's like such a good time. And yeah, I mean, hopefully you gleaned something from that. But certainly for me, it was just fun to listen to that and vibe with it. As always, yeah, thanks a ton, and I'll see you later. Bye. Oh, I love that song so much. I didn't really have anything to say there because I just wanted to enjoy it. Yeah, that's so dope. Do you see this? Gears Reloaded. Summer 2025. Gears of War returns faithfully remastered, optimized for more platforms. Launches August 26th for $40. Nice, okay. Gears of War is a celebration of one of gaming's most iconic franchises. 4K resolution, 120 FPS. Ultimate multiplayer. Multiplayer with cross progression. 20th anniversary. Modern Classic goes multi-platform. 2006, Gears of War Reloaded brings full experience forward once again. Enhanced for the latest hardware across multiple platforms, including Gears of War franchise to a new generation of players. PC, Xbox, PlayStation 5. Wow. Never in my wildest imaginations did I ever think that PlayStation would see Gears. Gears of War Reloaded is built for share play. Split screen. 4K 60 campaign, 120 multiplayer. Gears of War Reloaded will be a free upgrade for players who purchase the digital version of Gears of War Ultimate Edition prior to today's announcement. Wow, that's nice. Also, for Game Pass and PC Game Pass, Gears of War Reloaded will be available as part of the Game Pass library at launch. Wow. Wow. It's crazy that Microsoft is becoming a publisher. Or, well, you know what I mean. Okay. So it's the first Gears of War game just remastered, yeah. All right, just taking a mental break here, guys. Sorry, one sec. How am I doing, guys? Am I still making sense? I want to save my mental energy for Inviateme, but I need to make sure that the quality is still good. You can be honest. Is the quality suffering? Actually, seriously, if I'm not saying things that are interesting, then I would rather stop. But if I'm still good, then I'd like to keep going. Good. Okay. Good. Okay. Okay. All right. I trust you. You're the internet. You would tell me if it was bad. All right, cool. I want to provide value. You, the internet. You with your inability to leave nice comments. Actually, I gotta say, most people in the Clair Obscure stuff have been so nice. Then when I'm done, I gotta go in and split all these up. So I'm not having my editor work on these because these will be quick and dirty hits. You found my channel because of FF16. I think that's the last. Wow, that's not true. Those videos, the FF16 videos, were very good. Just from my own personal perspective, those videos were very good. I enjoyed those videos immensely. Thanks, Pringle. Yeah, I enjoyed those videos immensely, especially Ascension. Oh. It's so funny, you know. Someone tried to get at me. I got one guide probably about a month ago, and someone was like, "Yeah, his videos have gotten really sloppy." And I was like, "Pretty sure I make videos exactly the same way I have for the last 3 years. Like nothing has changed. I do more like, rather than going deep, sometimes I do like loose analysis, or people will try to devalue what I provide by saying that they don't need it because everything I say is pretty obvious if you just pay attention. But then my channel wouldn't be as successful if people paid attention. So clearly not everybody is can or is able to or knows how. So like my goal is to, you know, oh, there's always a guy. There's always a guy. No, not everything needs a deep analysis. And also, like, not everything even, like, deserves one. You know what I mean? Oh, there's always a guy. On a good week, I don't get one guide. But most weeks, I get at least 2 guide. Sometimes 3 guide. But like, the goal is to make people do it on their own. I don't want you to have to come to the channel. Like, I want you to be able to do it yourself. That's the role. I mean, I've assumed the role of a teacher, a music appreciation. Like, imagine, like I don't know if anybody's ever taken a music appreciation course in a college, but like that's literally how I've structured this. I've legit structured it as a music appreciation course where you would listen to a variety of music and then talk about it and ask questions. And like, you know, that's really it's always really funny because like people try to act like I didn't spend 15 fucking years in music school. You know, I was in music school from 2005 until 2018. How many years is that? How many years is 2005 to 2018? It's 4,023 years. 13. Almost 17. Well, those are not the same. 2015, 2018 minus 2005 is 13 years. 13 years of school. And 6 years professionally, plus really professionally the whole time because I was doing like programs and stuff. But, you know, you would think that like 13 years, that's... Hey, Guillaume, how are you? The success is deserved. I agree. Well, this next track won't be a bad spoiler, so. Yeah, sometimes you need to know why you feel something. I think people assume that the only thing that's justifiable is is technique. And the why we like something can come from, and ideally is from, both. But now I feel my responsibility is to explain why something feels so good, and also to be a guide or a Sherpa for like enjoyment and my own personal opinion, which I no longer shy away from, because I used to be very agnostic about how I would discuss music, but it was coming from a place of fear, and that's not right, because I have taste as well. I don't love every track in this soundtrack, but I love the vast majority of it. You know, like, that's normal, and we should encourage normal behavior. But there's a lot of French in here, so I know that all of you are normal. The French, normal. All right. Let's keep going. So next up is Gestural Summer Party, which I really just want to talk about this because of how painful this song ended up becoming. This song was pain. You know, one time I saw Napoleon's hat. I stopped and stared at his hat for a really long time. Ambient casual, like Risk of Rain. I don't have any guitars in this. Oof. Art styles like Risk of Rain. Let's see. I'm trying to think. You could try. Oh. Ambient like Risk of Rain. Well, you could try Deadbolt, which is his other. Christopher's other game. You could try stuff like Fury, maybe Carpenter Brute. You could try Katana Zero. You could try maybe Hyperlight Drifter. That's tough. Oh, Katya, you watched the VODs of the end. Such a beautiful ending, I know, right? Really, really beautiful. I'm glad that you watched it. I'm sorry that you couldn't do it yourself with your PlayStation, but yeah. Hey, everybody, what's up? My name is Marco. I am a professional voice... Fuck, I messed that up. Hey everybody, what's up? My name is Marco. I'm a professional opera singer, and I love talking about video game music from an emotional perspective after a decade plus of being on the stage. Today, I don't really necessarily want to analyze or listen to this piece in an intense way, but this piece causes me a great deal of pain. It is the Gestural Summer Party, and if you have played any of the Gestural Beach moments, you know that those gesturals don't mess around. Let's listen to it. It shouldn't be so good. It should be so good. So it's so funny, you know, because like, first of all, it's incredibly playful, but also like, honestly, it does a great job of giving you that summer beach vibe, doesn't it? I think part of it is the beginning, bum ba da dum ba da dum, yada yada da 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 da. That melody with the strings is actually like really beautiful and like extremely hopeful, right? Only to be dashed the minute that you know, can't hit the gestural back at the one guy in the water or whatever, or try to climb the infinite tower. That shit made my hands sweat. But honestly, what's kind of really quirky and fun about it is the fact that there are several moments in that. I think when the gesturals come in. So I actually, when I was listening to this, I was like, that sounds like gesturals. Listen to, I mean. Can you just imagine like a row of like 20 gesturals just singing that? Like, it's just, this track is almost as bad as the mime track for trying to break my brain. But I love the clapping, and it's kind of like a celebration, isn't it? Now, obviously it turns into less of a celebration and more of a pain game. And the gesturals are sick bastards, but there's also like a genuine quality of like excitement in that, right? Like you hear like the sense of like, come on, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it, yeah, you know, like there's especially with the clapping and stuff. It's just, it feels like a summer rave party, or like a summer concert event where everyone's gathered for one specific reason. Like think everybody at the Lady Gaga concert in Rio. 2.5 million people or whatever, like a ton of, and all those people, those are all gesturals, right? And from above they look like gesturals because they're so tiny. And so it's just an amazing thing to feel like sort of supported, even though the mini games are incredibly challenging and difficult. I actually think the song is like really, really bright and smiley and supportive, and enthusiastic and encouraging you to not give up, right? And I think that's really cool. I love that we have that like shift back into like normal instrumentation with the piano and the strings and like kind of pressing into themselves, as if to say like, oh wait, actually this is going to be kind of hard. It's a little tiny bit of subverted expectation, a little bit of like, uh-oh, can you do it? You know what I mean? And then the slowdown and the clap. Come on! You can just see like, you can do it! Push! I believe in you! So it's just funny. And then the random sitar, it's crazy. I never heard this back calf. Surprise! No, don't ever give up on yourself. Believe in yourself. Oh, I love the acapella. And then there's the bigger gesturals. So just boom, boom, boom. it's just so funny because like that piece really feels like, come on, man, you can do it. You know, like, come on. You know, like it's just excitement and enthusiasm and you know the Gestrels, you know, for how fucked up the story can be between SK and the Gestrels and Francois, like there is that I think that's why people compare it to Final Fantasy, because like there are these creatures that make the game just a sigh of you know, that bring a sigh of relief to them. And I think even though Gestural Summer Party is essentially a meme song for me in this moment, like because I know how much pain it brings, I also think that without it, this would be a much bleaker story, and I think it provides the necessary like joy and support and love to the expedition that they don't necessarily get out in the wild, you know what I mean, in the continent, on the continent. And for that reason, I think like even though I wanted to like listen to it and break it down a little bit because it's painful, it's also like I didn't realize how joyful it actually is and how supportive it is, and also how quirky it is, which is essentially like just like a gestural thing anyway. If you like this, there's lots more on the channel. Feel free to like and subscribe if you want to. Otherwise, thanks a ton, and I'll see you later. Bye. Yeah, I didn't realize how cute that was. That's actually super cute and super engaging, isn't it? And warm and like inviting and like all these great things. I didn't actually think about that. It's kind of neat. All right. Staying within the Gestrals. Oh no, only 3 songs left. Wow, I've been absolutely on fire. How spoilery do you think the Victor Borba song is going to get? When I get to it, very. I am fairly certain I will be diving into this. This one also is going to be very long. So it's an 11-minute track, but I'll probably end up, the track will probably take me about 20 minutes to analyze because I'm going to probably stop and start a lot. So how is the game? Just incredible. There's like no words to describe how good the game actually is. Like it's thought-provoking, funny, sweet, deeply personal, incredibly thoughtful, great soundtrack, terrific gameplay if you allow yourself to, you know, sort of try something new. It's really, really, really good. I would encourage anybody to try it at the very least. I think it also came at the very right time, where I think a lot of people are getting tired of AAA. I'm not even gonna, I hate the word slop, but because I don't think that AAA games are slop. I just think that they're corporatized to within an inch of their life, and so they lack a little bit of the personal touch. But I think that in this particular case, Clair Obscur kind of showed up, you know, and delivered a story and delivered a package that is unbelievably good, and it feels personal, right? And it feels like it's made for people. So I think like that's why it's doing so well. I think it's also like a really great game, right? But like, so within its merits, but like, looking at the larger scope of like the industry, I think people are tired of getting nickel and dimed. I think people are getting frustrated and tired of like the same sort of, you know what I'm going to say. And I just don't really feel like saying it because I don't think it's fair, because there are a lot of great devs out there, that a lot of people that really adore game making and want to make games, but maybe they don't have the the wherewithal to do it, or they, you know, are sort of enslaved by the corporate funnel. Hey, Otka, what's up? Okta, I will, my plan actually after this is to take a look at Hope is a Thing with Feathers from the concert, because it was really good. Yeah, that sucks. Ooh, actually, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to take a little mental break here. Still staying within Clair Obscur, but doing something slightly different. Damn, iShowSpeed has 36,000 people watching him right now. That is absurd. That is too many people. Way too many people. Wait, where is it? Hold on one sec. I want to practice something. Hello? How come you don't play? No, I don't need you. Okay, there it goes. Dim dam talelam vacarme s'en va dans l'humie éternam. Et Gustave dans mes guardant, ilim di li lam lute sera do li lom seram. Dim dim da 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 dim da li lam. Dim dim da da ram di dam. Dans là-haut sera ravi, les trois sœurs noires gris fera. Clair obscur, belle tu verras Eiffel. Clair obscur, ardent peinture trouveras sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de la tour courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, guardé en peinture trouveras sans elle. Oh, clair obscur. I gotta learn that. Trouble rature. Clair obscur, guardé en peinture. Clair obscur, trouble de la tour courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, guardé en peinture, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, courbera Eiffel. Clair obscur, guardé en peinture, trouvera sans elle. Oh, clair, obscur. clair, obscur, guardé en peinture. Fix that. Nice. Okay, I need to practice that. Anyway, that's my cover for that. Okay. Do I have experience speaking, singing in French? Oui, un peu. Je parle pour le français. I need to add a couple harmonies there. Hopefully get this out this week. Okay, I think... Hey, L'Orient! That wasn't the real cover. That wasn't the real cover. Everyone say hi to L'Orient, please. Hey, L'Orient, how are you? Hello, bonsoir. Let me turn on the chat so you can see everybody. There's Twitch chat is also talking. Yeah, soon. What? Hopefully later this week. I have to work on the harmonies. You're very good. That's good. I hope you're getting some rest. Merci à toute l'équipe de Sans-Fall. Oui, c'est bien, c'est bien. Bonsoir. Merci pour ton travail. Half the chat is French, I think, as well. Yes. What is real? Yeah. Good. Good. You made me cry so much with that soundtrack. It's true. Me too. Me too. Is it chèvre cheese? L'Orient le chèvre. Chèvre is a type of cheese. Merci pour le fromage. Look at everybody. Love you, L'Orient. Isn't that nice? Oh, chèvre means goat. Oh, I see. But it's also used for goat's cheese. Okay. Then L'Orient is in fact the chèvre. Well, literally the goat. L'Orient, are you used to the attention yet? I feel like you're okay, right? Because I mean, theoretically, the stuff is on YouTube, but I'm sure everyone's been out. The outpouring of love must be a lot at once, especially with how things have been going. No, Lilo, no. Still have 3 more tracks I want to analyze. You know what's really good actually is the music box songs later in the soundtrack are also really beautiful as well. It's a lot. We love. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Monoko's sound, Monoko's OST is amazing. Lorian is the composer. Hey, thank you. I'm so glad you enjoyed the playthrough. I appreciate all your comments too, Ramperdostas. Thank you for that. What are we going to listen to? So I've already done like 10 tracks. I had one question. In the Go Blue track, I noticed that it says Solita Go Blue. Was that intentional? Because I'm trying not to talk too many spoilers in chat, but in Go Blue, the words make it seem like it's related to, well, you know. I was wondering if that was intentional or did it just sound cool? And my other question was, sure, all the lyrics are intentional in the game. There you go. And then that's okay. That's what I thought. I just wasn't sure. And then my other question is, do you think, and this is actually really, really cool because, again, you had a lot of fun writing it. It's a great track. Do you think, guys, just don't bombard him with like why certain things are not uploaded. There are reasons for why, I'm sure. The other thing, I had two questions. The other question is, do you think that the cello represents grief in Gustav's theme and overall? Because that was a question I had. And maybe at some point, Lorian, when you're a little bit more well rested, we can have like a proper like interview chat discussion. But while I'm sitting here listening to this stuff, to me, it seems like the cello represents a lot of grief, especially in Gustav's theme, which feels has that mixture of sort of like forward momentum, but also like the ever present feeling of like sadness. So that was one question I had about what you felt the cello was for you as the composer. And then, what was my other question? My other question, I can't remember. I can't remember the other question. But that was the big one for me, actually. And as far as what we're going to be listening to, today I analyzed for separate videos. I did Gustave, For Lumiere, I think that was what it was. Taking on the Paintress. The cello represents how I feel about Gustave and his theme, and throughout the game it conveys the emotion I'm trying to express with the music. Perfect. That's what I figured. Perfect. That's what I figured. Yes, I'd be delighted to do. Yes. Quand nous avons un peu de temps, et tu seras, et tu es resté, rested, nous le faiserons. The Manor OST is... Oh, the Manor. Oh, that's true. The Manor is a very... Riposé, my bad. Riposato in Italian. Alicia version theme on Lorianizo is on the soundtrack. The name is Au lendemain non écrit. Non écrit. Where is that? Let's see. Is that the Manor theme? Au lendemain. Oh, here it is. Au lendemain. Oh, it's right here. Oh, I think they mean. Do you mean this one, or did you mean? Oh yeah, that sounds great. Nos histoires s'alignent dans le creux de nos mains. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the Manor song with the really sick. Yeah, totally. I know what you mean. Yeah, this track is beautiful. That's actually on my list for the next 10 tracks. Okay, if it's cool with you guys, I will continue just so that I get the 3 other tracks I wanted to get done. You all feel free to talk to Lorient if he wants to, but I'm gonna if Lorient, if you don't mind me analyzing your tracks while you're here, I'm gonna just finish up so that my brain, because we do have une vie Timmy that I wanted to get to as well. Of course. Ben did kill it. I didn't realize Ben was singing. That's how good that was. What's the track name for Ben Starr? Oh, Until the Next Life. Until Next Life. That's right. Lorient, if you ever need a tenor, by the way. Hang on, let me audition. Ave Maria, gratia plena. I'm just saying. I'm right here. I'm sorry, I'm just fucking around. Just kidding. Oh man, that's so funny. All right, let's. Just kidding. A live edition that was not asked for, by the way. Don't do that ever. Except I just did it. So, all right, I'm gonna do my introduction, and we'll hop into Megabot number 33, which I love. I love this track. What's up, everybody? Watch out! My name is Marco. I am a professional opera singer, and I love talking about video game music from an emotional perspective. Today, we're going to be checking out Ancient Sanctuary, Megabot number 33, one of the most fun tracks in Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Here we go. So this is very similar to what we hear in the Gestural Summer Party track, but obviously it's a little bit more intense. Like, you know what's interesting to me is that this whole thing, and funny enough, I'm filming this live, and the composer Lorient is actually in the chat. So if I have an idea and something crosses my mind, then perhaps I will ask Lorient. But my thought was, this feels like emotionally, or at least like, you know, to my mind's eye, this feels like, you know how in this particular instance, Megabot being the largest of the most powerful of the gestural, like sort of Sakapatat, and I wonder, to me it kind of sounds like the gestural is inside the Sakapatat, and that's they're like talking to us over a megaphone or something, you know what I mean? I love the crunch in this, especially. It's like so cool. Also, like, just also the way that it moves also really feels just like incredibly fun. Let's keep going. Yeah. And so something really fun to me about this is that there's still tension in the sound. So even though we have like the gesturals and like, I mean, gesturals are our friends, but they also love to fight, right? So one of the things that's really interesting to me is that in this little corner, we still get heft, and we still get like a real like dominant pressing into the bass. So we still get a danger, right? And in fact, Megabot number 33, or well, the ultimate Sakapatat that we end up, encountering in the ancient sanctuary, like, it does pose a significant threat. And unless you know how to, find the arm weak spot or whatever, like there's inherent tension in this, even though it's a gestural, which I also think is kind of fun because the track does invoke a sense of fear, kind of, which I think is really interesting. You feel like sighs too, especially here with these hits. So it's cool because that actually, it feels like it speeds up, but it's really just like essentially subdivided, where every beat is being hit. And I think what's really satisfying about that is that it's actually still like a melody. And so I think that loop causes a sense of really nice tension as well, because first of all, it's in like that lower register, but also because it kind of is like it has an inherent quality of speeding up, even though the tempo is not necessarily increasing in speed. Also, I think, what's really cool is that there's a mechanical sound to this as well that to me really reads like controlling the machine, right? And if we think about the Sakapatat, like that makes perfect sense. Like there's an industrial quality about it that I think really lands. And also too, like, again, it almost feels like the gestural is actually speaking to us. You know what I mean? Like to me, we hear like this confidence in gesturals as characters, like, God, they're so funny. But like the one thing that throughout all of the gesturals is the willingness to fight and the desire to fight and the excitement to fight. I mean, even having to fight them to get the best gear for the inventory is just so funny, and never really gets old. And I think in this particular instance, we hear the power, like the urges to fight, and also like, I'm gonna get you, you can't, you know what I mean? Like there's a real confidence in that sound, which is so cool. I love the hits there. Boom, boom, pop, right there. Boom, pop, pop. And I think too, there's also this like mystical quality about it that really lands, don't you think? Like there's this like sort of sense that like we get it in other tracks too, where there's this like space around it, which is almost mystical or magic filled, or like, there's a sense of wonder. And the thing is, I mean, like gesturals as characters are kind of mystical in their own way, and certainly they're, these entities that live on the continent that have their own, like, I mean, their hair is so interesting, and they're all different shapes and sizes, and they have a fully functional society, and like they have their own death rituals and their own practices with mourning, and I just think it's so It's so cool. It feels like a almost like a daydream too. If you think about it too, the gestural village is so bright, and it's got like, I don't know, it's just like fascinating. It's like stepping into another dimension. Not as human, boom boom bap, boom 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 bap, boom bap, boom boom bap, boom 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 bap, boom 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 bap. Yeah, and then I mean, by the end of it, it's like it really feels like this is actually very serious. And I know I mentioned that earlier, but you hear it. There's this pressing in it that you just don't want to mess with this. And in fact, it's like a pretty challenging fight against the big soccer patat that you fight before entering into the village. And that fight is actually very hard. And I think that comes through in this music as well. The sense of like, holy crap, like it's a gestural, but like we shouldn't take it for granted. Like this thing is going to beat us up. It's crazy cool. If you like this sort of stuff, there's lots more on the channel, lots more Clair Obscur. I'm working my way through 33 tracks of Clair Obscur before listening to the entire OST. And then yeah, just so much good music in this soundtrack. So thanks a ton, and I'll see you later. Love that track. Now though, we get to one of my favorites. I have many favorites, but I'm so excited to break down Lampmaster. Lampmaster is absolutely one of my favorite tracks. I actively look for this scene, also because of what comes after, but the Lampmaster fight is amazing. So I'm going to jump right in. Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Marco. I am so excited because today I get to talk with you about the Lampmaster, Stonewave Cliffs Lampmaster soundtrack, this track from the Clair Obscur Expedition 33 soundtrack. I'm a former professional opera singer, and I love talking about video game music from an emotional perspective. Let's absolutely dive in. I will be stopping and starting probably quite a bit here. Here we go. So again, this whole thing, now it's interesting. Again, we're using the piano, and there's still that sense of like desperation and sadness lingering over this particular track, especially in the beginning. There's a bit of longing in this, and it's really neat because there's this this feeling of like, it's almost listless. There's a sense of like wanting something so badly, right? Da-da, yada, and the way that the melody is designed and created. You also get that sense of like, and we get this a lot in the soundtrack at this point, now that I've been really paying attention to it, this mystical, almost ethereal quality, right? This beginning of this actually sounds almost positive, like almost okay. I think it's because that's this moment of seeing the Lampmaster and almost maybe even having this sense of like reverence for it. Like, what? Whoa. You know what I mean? But then so right there we get Vivaldi. And I absolutely love how virtuosic this violin. That is classic Baroque violin writing. Absolutely sultry and delicious in the way that is created. And the vocals really showcase how fucked up this situation really is about to become. ah, ha, ha, ha. There's a, obviously she sings it better than me in that particular case. But listen to the vocals. Oh, sorry, my bad. Right here. Obviously, we lean into dissonance there, but also there's a little bit of a quiver in the vibrato, which causes this immense discomfort. There's a, you ever seen that window on the border, on the border, on the moon? You've seen it in like creepy TikToks or whatever. That is the quality in that particular vibrato. There's a sped up quality in that that's really uncomfortable, and it gives us this sense of like otherworldliness that is on its edge and really macabre is the I would say is the appropriate word. It's very, very, very uneasy, isn't it? But then couple that with this incredibly elegant string playing, and I think that's where the emotional clash happens extremely well, because you have the distortion coupled with the elegance. Anyway, let's keep going. You have descending with the violins. So actually, this is crazy. I didn't actually pick this up when I was first listening to. And you have this heavy pressing into in the lower register, and then check this out. Right there, right? Dum 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 cha da dum 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 da dum da 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 da. And then it's almost like this. And that's stalling, right? That's like wanting to break free of the cage, or like being stuck, or almost like, what the hell? What is going to happen? And then start to get it there. Dum 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 dum. Bum ba dum. This is genius. It's genius. So we actually get a clash there between this incredible oppressive and pressing feeling, bum 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 bum, while we have this classic beautiful like that is actually extremely positive, but it's being pressed down and pushed away by that heavy bass, and it works so unbelievably well to cause that sense of discomfort and discontentment, and the feeling of like really being like eaten alive almost. But for me it's the real hits. It's really, really powerful. I also love this part right there, that little drum and bass movement, and then with the harpsichord. It's so classic. And all that just builds up tension, right? While you have the harpsichord going dum 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 dum. It's very, very akin to Vivaldi's Winter, which is incredibly powerful, and it really leaves you, or summer, winter, spring, summer, or fall. All you got to do. Anyway, I really love how visceral. Even a beautiful melody like that, because of the way that we're breaking down the 16th notes and cascading down, we still get the feeling of just being choked. It's incredibly powerful. Also, I'll stop one more time and just say that the reason why I think that's also really effective is the fact that there's a ton of space. It's almost like it's being echoed in a far away corner. And so you can't grab hold of this sound. If this was closer in the mix, and if the mix featured the no vibrato, no echo, no nothing, it would be a little less powerful. But because it's like kind of distant, and then the vocals are actually up close, and again, that it just feels like it's like trying to pin you down, which is, I mean, essentially the Lamp Master is intending to do, right? See, but listen, that's genius. All that's doing. What is that doing? It's just cascading down. And going back up. That sound to me is like the desperate struggle of descending and rising. And so everything laden within this, even in this beautiful classical writing, is uncomfortable. And not only that, what I find really interesting is the fact that we actually never get that sound full frontal. In fact, it gets suppressed and muffled to the point that it disappears. And that's snuffing out the life out of our characters, right? There's also this wonderful chorus in the background sustaining. It's slightly dissonant. I love that. See, and that's so dope because you get this dun dun like almost like it's gonna kick into like a drum and bass thing, but then it actually pushes through right here. It explodes out with that Baroquean, you know, bum 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 bum, but the harpsichord underneath. Also love hearing modern. I mean, this is essentially like experimental, but it's modern Baroque music, which, you know, it excites me as a classical musician because it's like how many people are naturally drawn to, you know, Baroque Vivaldi. I mean, not that many people. Realistically, it's a very small amount of people that are genuinely actively invested and interested into this type of sound. So even though it's serving a very specific purpose, this is a track that I would share with a non-gamer who is a musician, because this is borrowing from the very like things that we are, you know, used to hearing every single day. And it's incredibly evocative, I think. And the fact that I also think it's kind of fun because it makes Baroque / classical music sexy again, because it spices it up a little bit. Now, this would be great without all the like post-processing and effects and stuff, but it does such a great job of leaving you absolutely floored with its intensity and with its elegance at the same time. And I think that's really the key, isn't it? Elegance and intensity merging and marrying together are just such a powerful combo of things, of words, or of sounds. You know what I mean? It's like so cool. Wow. And that's like the relief, that's the come down. But she goes, but it's totally like muddled, pressed out, you know, sort of. It's amazing how the vocals there are. I'd actually never heard this part, or sort of completely like like pressed into it, as if like, oh, we did it, you know. But there's still that danger laden throughout. It's such a powerful track, and I mean, really, that thing is such an insane loop, and it obviously would just keep going because it, you know, it's such an intense. This moment at the end of Act 1 is just so, for a million different reasons, without getting too far into spoilers, but they're just so powerful, and in this particular scene, it's just, this whole fight is so visceral. This is one of like 5 bosses in the game that I was, what? You know, just my mouth was completely agape, I guess, because of how intense it musically made it, you know, let alone the visual design and stuff. But yeah. Anyway, hope you enjoyed that. Feel free to like, subscribe. There's more on the channel. Thanks a ton, and I'll talk to you later. Bye. Oh, love that track. Okay, guys, we made it. 11 minutes. Here we go. Inviateme. I need the lyrics, though, I think. Is this the 12th track? It is. Arrête de m'aimer, je t'aimerai toujours. Lâche ce pinceau, quitte cette toile, Renoir à ligne. Je peindrai toujours, arrête de peindre. Lèche de pinceau, quitte cette toile. Couleur embrassée, rouge feu, vieil au théeux. Tableau que je ne peux voir. Fermez les yeux, reste le noir. En noir, ses yeux tristes, à travers l'or. Son rire persiste. Dans chaque couleur, une part de lui. L'aimer toujours, même... Oh no, I should do it like a French person. L'aimer toujours, même s'il n'est plus ici. Pendre l'amour, pendre la vie, pleure en couleur, sur la toile, notre amour demeure, je t'aime. Pendre l'amour, pendre la vie. Oh my god, you're still here, Lorient? Fuck, now I'm embarrassed. Une vie à t'aimer. Une vie à t'aimer dans chaque ombre. I thought you would have left. Well, I appreciate you staying. Did you like my analysis, Lorient? If you say no, it's okay. I'll redo it. I can leave if you prefer. No, you stay if you want to hang out. By all means. This is your work. You're like, nope, that is wrong. Everything he's saying is absolutely wrong. This man, this Marco Meatball, he's a fool. Marco Meatball does not know shit. The real Lorient Stark. Oui, he's in the chat. But for real, I do need to get the lyrics here. I need the English translation, though, to do a good job. Stop loving me. Omelette du gommage. And look at these ridiculous, pretty good analyses. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Watch out. I love Lampmaster. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. There's lots of spoilers in here. That's interesting. Wow, I never would have guessed it. Man, if someone spoke French, they got the entire game. Okay. So at this point, if you have not gotten to, well, the end of Act 1, be prepared for major story spoilers. So I will be spoiling the story with the lyrics. So even the composer said so. So where are the suspenders and red scarf? Well, so I actually think they're right here. You're somewhere in Act 3. I mean, yeah, I would say I'm in Chapter 2. And Via Teme is at the end of Act 2. No, I think... Oh, this is a satin sash, my bad. But I can wear it as a scarf. Let me just clarify this, hold on. Okay, maybe I can get away with not spoiling it, actually. Bonjour, je suis française. The French people don't even dress like this. This was fucked up. Oh, bien sûr. J'aime beaucoup le beef bourguignon. Actually, I did have the best beef bourguignon in, it was so funny. When I was in, the last few nights I was in France, I was in Paris, and of course I had to get my boy beef bourguignon. Or, why wouldn't I? And, I tried, by this point I'd been in France for like 7 weeks. And so I felt pretty comfortable speaking French at this point. And the lady refused to speak French to me. And I was like, bro, come on. Why can't you just let me speak French? She just, yeah, Paris is interesting. But where I was in Limoges, no one spoke English, which is why I had to learn French as fast as possible, because literally for 7 weeks, really for the first 2 weeks that I was in France, I could not understand a single conversation. So we'd go to like the bar and like get like food or whatever, or every weekend we would go out to eat as a cast in Limoges. And man, I hated having people order for me. I hated, it was like, dude, fuck, man. Like, I never understood opera singers who didn't bother to learn the language of the place they were in, especially when they were in it for like many weeks. It's like, I mean, no, you don't owe it to anybody to learn the language, but like, how do you even go to the grocery store? So I would go to the grocery store, and I'm telling you, this little supermarket in Limoges, no one spoke English. And so I was like, oh, aubergine, okay, pomme de terre, okay. And I literally, because I was so anxious about speaking French in public, I discovered this little rotisserie that made, it was like as big as my office, and they only made poulet. They only made chicken, varieties of chicken. They had grignots, which were the best chicken wings I've ever had in my entire life. I had them literally every day. I had chicken every single day. And I ate an entire baguette every single day, which was amazing. But I just started, this woman became like kind of like my pseudo, like mother, because I would just go there every day. And like, as I got more comfortable speaking in French, I actually would speak French to this woman, and by the end of it, she was like, I can't believe you're actually like not a French person. And I was like, no, I'm Italian. It was amazing. I would go into the Carrefour and I would get a baguette every single day. Oh, there's nothing like a fresh baguette. No, absolutely not. Fresh baguette. Did I ever tell you guys the story about how I got pulled over by the French police? Do you guys want to hear that story really quick in Reims? It was. Let me know if you want to hear the story. Shit was so funny. There's a lot of French people here. I'm sure you'd like to hear that story, actually. Yeah, it's always nice when people are like respectful of the fact that you're trying. I was in Reims, and has anybody ever been to Reims, by the way? Was I held at Baguette Point? Not quite, but I almost. The Champagne police. Actually, because Reims is the region of Champagne. Oh, that's so fucking funny. God, that's hilarious. The Champagne police. Oh my God. Oh, speaking of Reims, I went to like a random bar and I had the most delicious rabbit with blueberry compote. Duck, excuse me, duck breast. And I was like, what the fuck? This place is jank as shit. Why is this the best duck? Why is this the best canard with how do you say blueberries again? With compote, what's it called? The blueberries or shit, I forgot. Well, anyway, so the police, I was really nervous and I was on my way to our rehearsal. Myrtil, that's right, yeah, it is. And Myrtil, yeah. And Myrtil. And yeah, I was walking and I looked at the cops and then I turned around and walked the other direction on accident. And because I wasn't sure if I'd locked the door. And so as I turn around, I'm like blasting opera because I was learning something for a project I was doing when I came home from France. And I feel like this presence behind me. And I turn around and it's a fucking cop. It's a French police car. And I'm like in an alley, like a French alley. Like the Airbnb was like here on the left, but it was just an alleyway. And then this side, it was like an L. And so the alleyway, you go off the main road and then you go straight, and then the Airbnb was here, but then over here was another road. And I'm like, oh, what the fuck? And I'm like, they probably think I'm evading arrest because I'm like, didn't even hear them because I had my headphones in. What's up, Nate? And so I stop, I pull out my headphones, and I have like an apple in my bag, like right here in my pocket. And they're asking me stuff, and at this point my French is completely gone out the window because I'm terrified because like they think I'm evading arrest. And I go, pardonnez-moi, je suis anglais, je ne parle pas bien le français, pardon. And I don't know why I told them I was English, but I was like, I'm English. And then they were like, où vas-tu? Where are you going? Qu'est-ce que tu fais? Nous avons cette question. I was like, I don't know. I was just going back into and then I started speaking English because the police officer spoke English. She's like feeling my pockets and like pulls out a fucking apple and like, it's like, what the fuck is going on? So I was like, I just need to make sure my door was locked because I left my door unlocked. And so she like comes with me, check the door. And then, she's like, okay, just, you looked at us and you looked away. It looked suspicious. And I was like, no. I was just nervous because I thought I left my door unlocked. I'm on my way je suis un chanteur d'opéra. I'm an opera singer. Je chante à la salle de l'opéra de Reims. Je faisais caminer. je fais, I'm walking to the theater, so on and so forth. And, wait, do I have pictures of that actually? And, I do. Yeah. I saved most of the pictures from Reims. And that was crazy. I was like so freaked out though. Cause I mean, I don't know, as a person who doesn't speak French fluently, like the idea of getting stopped. Yeah. The Tribunal Judiciaire de Reims. Look at this. This is their little version of, the Notre Dame. So beautiful. Actually, here's a video clip of me singing. That was in Limoges though. I saved all these pictures because I felt so, it was so beautiful. Yeah, so this is the inside of that cathedral. I was really just blown away by how beautiful. I did, yeah, Shingetsu, yeah. And then this was right next to the opera house. Can you imagine? Like that only in Europe can you like walk to your work and take a left and be like, oh, it's a fucking like the front was okay. The front of the opera house was all right. But that's the front of the Opera de Reims. And then this was the Reims theater, very tiny, very small. But just so beautiful and red. And no, I haven't seen the light show. Oh no, I did see the light show. Yes. They what's it like every I love the ceiling. The ceiling was so sorry. The ceiling was so beautiful. Just so beautiful. And then this was the theater. Sorry, since we're talking about France, I really liked Old Town Limoges. Old Town Limoges was so beautiful. I really loved walking through Old Town Limoges. This was the theater in Limoges. So beautiful. It was just so pretty. And the French do this thing where every time, if they're really happy with you as an audience, they all clap in unison. Well, in the US, everyone stands up and like does applause. In France, everyone claps at the same time. And this was the performance. Macbeth. Which was really, it was an okay production, but yeah, good memories. I mean, it wasn't always fun, but I don't think I have any pictures of the food. I do not. Anyway, I was just taking a mental rest. No, it doesn't work for the opera, dude. Côte d'Azur. Well, I think eventually I want to go back to France because there's a lot of stuff I didn't see in obviously the French countryside and stuff. Yeah, I haven't been in Europe in years. I think actually for our honeymoon, we're planning a Europe trip. I don't know where though, but it'd be nice to. I think we'll probably start with the UK though. In honesty, the best OST for me last year was Stellar Blade. I've been in Europe my entire life. Oh, we love Europe. I grew up in Europe. All right. Une vie à t'aimer. I just needed a mental break. I should totally come to Iceland. I'd come to Iceland. Austria is also waiting for you. Oh my God. The best schnitzel I ever had was in Austria. Loved the schnitzel in Austria. With that pumpkin, the pumpkin oil. I think I say it every time someone brings up Austria. But when I was in Graz for like 2 days. I had the best baguette. Hey, Atticus, how are you? Go to Montpellier and have a beer with Lorient. Lorient, do you want to have a beer? All right. So I think I won't discern the. You're still here. I could have sworn. Hey, Asura, what's up? I appreciate that Lorient's still here, everybody. That's very nice. Even I don't stay that long for streams of people that I support. So the fact that Lorient's still here, it's just that I'm that entertaining. No, don't leave. You're fine. I'm just fucking around. That's so funny. I'll hop in and be like, "All right, hey, how are you?" And then I'll leave. Now, Lorient. That's. People are like, he's never composed ever before. I love those comments. What? I heard they found him in a bar. It's just the most random fucking rumors where it's like, thankfully, I think that those are being cleared up. Sacré-Cœur in Paris is beautiful. I actually never saw the Tour d'Eiffel because at that time the Yellow Jackets were having their strikes, the Jupe, whatever. So we didn't actually go to. They were having a strike, so we couldn't go. I was really bummed out. So I've never seen the Eiffel Tower, but God, I stayed with just this beautiful. The Gilets jaunes. Yeah. Oh yeah. Le Gilets jaunes. Le Gilets jaunes. I used to love saying that. Le Gilets jaunes. I was always so amazed that the singers, the dancers, most of them smoked in that production that we did. And I was like, how are you guys this fit and like this healthy? And you dance every single day and you're also all smokers. It was like, you're just French. But I was just like, I don't know how you do it. How do you do this? You smoke and dance. That is just fascinating to me. I was like, oh, they're just French. But, meanwhile, I was over there eating my baguette every single day. And the poulet. I love the poulet in France. The poulet in France has this lemony smell. It's so crazy. The baguette is killing you, bro. Watch out. All right. I am ready. This is a big one for me. So this one will probably take 20 minutes. And then I got to get ready because Lorient, I'm having a chat with Victor in 2 hours. We're going to talk about Bury the Light, of course, but then we're also going to talk about singing on some of these tracks. So I don't think we'll listen to anything, but we're definitely going to have a chat. So that's funny. That it'll be good that I'm analyzing this now because I'll be able to talk with him about the things I hear. So yeah, Victor Borba. Yeah, we're going to talk about Bury the Light, and he's done other stuff, obviously, but yeah, I'm hoping to get that out next week. L'Oreal, I don't know if you saw, but the next, I made a post that basically the next like 10 videos on my channel, although I'm doing 33 analyses. I will. They're all going to be clair obscur. I made an announcement so that everyone knew. He is gonna share the voice secrets, Ian. He said he would. Will I cover Alicia? I will, but I'm actually gonna sing it first. So I'm waiting for my composer friend to send me her orchestration. We had to raise it up a key, but yes, Alicia cover will come, and then the analysis will be within the same video. So first it'll be a cover, and then it will be the analysis, which I'm really excited. I could do Mael, yeah, that's fine. That makes sense. Well, actually, no, I won't, because not everybody's gotten to that part. Right, exactly. All right, 11 minutes. Yeah. I haven't covered... Yeah, I'm excited. And then L'Oreal judges my cover? He better not. He better not. Thank you for being patient with me while I take a mental break, because so after I sing Alicia, I'll do an analysis of it, which I've never done before. I'm really excited about it. I recently basically ended up hiring this orchestrator. She's incredibly talented. And so now I have like a legitimate person that every time I want to do a cover, I just said, hey, will you do this? And she said yes. So, okay, here we go. Expect about 20 minutes. Yes, Rob, so I want to do a video on it. I won't do it today because my voice is starting to go, and I have my chat with Victor in 2 hours. So I will probably film that on Thursday. Okay, here we go. Un vie à t'aimer? Is that correct? Une vie à t'aimer, right? Or is it t'aimer? It doesn't matter. T'aimer. T'aimer. Une vie à t'aimer. Une vie. How do the French say? Une vie à t'aimer. Bonsoir, je m'appelle Marco. Je suis un chanteur italien. J'aime beaucoup le soundtrack de Clair Obscur Expédition 303. Et je suis tellement contente pour faire le breakdown de la chanson Une vie à t'aimer. Bryn, get out of here. You can't be here, Bryn. You can't be here, Bryn. Brain, you can't be here. You just started the game. You can't be here for this one. Bande originale. I'm kicking you out of this chat, Bryn. You just started playing this game. You can't be in here. Not for this track. Come back later. Come back in. Well, I'll be done in 30 minutes. Bye, Bryn. I'm glad you're enjoying the game. I'm glad you chose to get it. I know you said it's traumatizing. I think no one would disagree with you. All right, I'm starting. Hey everybody, my name is Marco. I am a former professional opera singer and I love talking about video game music from an emotional perspective. And today we have a big one, so expect this to be very long. Today we're going to be listening to Une vie à... Fuck! Une vie... Bonsoir à tous, je m'appelle Marco. Cette soir, je... Une vie à t'aimer from Expedition 33. Here we go. So this track, I'm sure many of you have listened to it. I've also listened to it, obviously, many times in-game, but also on my own listening. What I find, we know that this track is going to build in a big way. But what I find really interesting about the beginning of this track is actually that it's actually quite pulled back. So I think that's really smart because having it be pulled back so that it has somewhere to go is monumentally important. If a song is just one volume, it will never actually land because most people will become numb to it. And it's something that we see in longer tracks that don't have variation, where the audience tends to get ear fatigue, and it's a very precarious thing. So I love that we're actually starting from nothing essentially and building up to something, number one. Number two, one of the really interesting things here is that it sounds chaotic. Now, even though it's pared back and quiet, we do have this like, there's no real way to, it's almost like a realization, right? And in a lot of ways, this particular, now the track is in French and I'm not going to analyze the lyrics for the sake of not being too spoilery. I don't know. Usually I'm not so like particular about spoiling, but for this game, and maybe because my game was spoiled while playing it, but for this, so if you're here, you really shouldn't be watching this. So just be warned. If you haven't finished or heard this in game, I'm usually not quite so uptight about spoilers, but for the sake of it, I'm not going to spoil it. Also, the French lyrics spoil the game. So that being said, I don't remember what I was trying to say because I got caught up thinking about spoilers. But what I will tell you is that I don't remember, and we're just going to keep going. The build-up. So I love that we essentially get four voices there. And I don't really know what the scope of that is. I mean, unless it's like a realization that everyone kind of has. But it's this moment that is kind of like all of a sudden the stakes come into full picture and we see the predicament that these fucking birds outside, man. It's like, shut up. But using four voices I think is really interesting because the whole thing ends up feeling very vertical. And that's just such a satisfying sound. We get the intensity of Victor Borba singing mixed in with, I would assume, Alisa singing. And what that ends up happening is we have a duplicity of emotional intensity. We have the intensity and the virality, the sort of, not virality, but like being virile through Victor singing. It's very raw, on the chords, kind of pressed, versus this elegant trying to like awaken or asking a question of Alisa singing. And I think like that is so beautiful because they actually are intertwined as this world starts to become intertwined for these characters that we're playing as, and also for us as an audience, as we start to like figure out what the hell is actually happening here. So it has many, many different purposes, but harmony, it's interesting how harmony can be so pivotally important to identifying characterization and also making things more interesting. But let's rewind just because that harmony is awesome, and then we're going to pick up here with this really nice beat. I love that too, the way that the piano suspends, and then we reset with just the guitar. But wait. Je t'aimerai toujours. I love that. I will love you forever. And I love that it goes up. I know I said I would keep going, but listen. Je t'aime. Love the balance there. And there too, just the way that this is really good vocal writing. Lâche ce pense quitte ce toi, whatever the rhythm is. But there's an emphasis. Now, French is a very melodic language, you know. Lâche que ce pensant quitte ce toi. You know, it's very like elegant, you know. Je t'aimerai toujours, right? There's a natural lilt, a rounding of the lips that, in this particular case, it actually is great because there's a little bit more emphasis. And in general, in vocal music, when it comes to French singing, there is more of an emphasis. Salut demeure chaste et pure. Salut demeure chaste et pure would be how you would say it, but salut demeure chaste et pure, right? So I love that we have this emphasis, lâche ce pense quitte cette toi, as if to be like, hey, listen, you know what I mean? Like, this is the realization, the awakening, what have you. And then we have this nice, like, sort of... And there too, arrête de peindre. That's like, please stop painting, you know? Arrête. I love that, arrête. Stop. Arrête ce peindre. Whatever. Like that, it's amazing. Word emphasis in vocal music is vitally important to the expression of the words. It's not spoken. Now, there are times when a more colloquial or more spoken thing really works, right? But in general, we really want words to have emphasis when we are singing. And I think that that's such a great little moment. I hope you've listened to this track before, because you're going to be very annoyed if by us stopping and starting, just for the record. Quitte cette toi. Still kind of a build up, and then I mean, it's so good. So what I love about that, obviously, is we have this nice support underneath, but the vocals are really allowed to rip, right? So let's rewind. First of all, it's also the most replayed section. No surprise. Check this out. That's amazing. Even that. You have that, and then you have the underneath harmony, which is supporting that. But again, harmony is not a necessity. So by adding the harmony in that lower voice, da, 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 poor thing, like has no movement. It actually does a great job of bolstering the upper register. So it actually hits harder for us as listeners. So we have this being sung once, from the soprano, from Alice. Right there too. That's such an emphatic statement sound. Now, I don't have the lyrics right in front of me for that particular phrase, but the point is like that's a pointed statement. Da 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 da. That hits, right? But then what's really cool, and this is a thing that I learned in opera, you never want to repeat, which we do, but in a different voice, which is why it's different. You never want to repeat the same thing twice with no differentiation. You always want the second time you say something to have a different meaning, more meaning, less meaning, more emphasis, more sadness, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you never want to repeat a phrase without having something different because it gets boring. It's a wasted landscape. It's wasted opportunity to really say something, which is ultimately the point of music anyways, to say something. And in this particular case, we're literally saying something with our lyrics, right? So it's interesting because in the mix, it actually makes you think that you should be paying attention to Victor, but the actual incredible part is happening behind Victor. Listen to this. Yeah, I think that's Victor actually. That's actually way more impactful. I can't believe how high that is. That's absurd. It is Victor. That's insane. I mean, like, it's crazy high. See, it's funny because I'm like a lyric tenor, like a properly classically trained tenor, and I do not have any kind of a falsetto to reach that. And tenors typically don't have very good falsettos because of where our voices lie anyway. Like baritones are usually the ones that become countertenors, fun fact. And to hear Victor sing with that style, with that kind of emphasis, is mind-blowing to me. That is insane. Anyway, again, so much heart and soul being bore out, being like, hey, listen to me. This is so vitally important. I need you to pay attention to this. I need you to care about this, right? That's the subtext. I need you to hear me. You know, that's why I'm shouting it to you. It's so cool. And what is that? What is that what we just heard? That's the main damn theme. Da 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 da. Which again, we hear this throughout. That's that sort of that piece that continues to move throughout the piece. We continue throughout the game. We continue to have this theme that's the emotional core of the music of this game, in my opinion. And it's insanely cool. I also, this version of it is also one of the most visceral that we hear up to this point. Piano takes over. I love the reset. Love the reset. Give us a second to breathe. Again, piano being a dominant instrument in this whole soundtrack. And to me, this piano is a memory of a bygone era. It's a memory of a different time, right? It's a memory of that to me is the sound of grief. That's the sound of like the rain falling coupled with the piano. That's like reflecting on, you know, love lost and you know, just losing so much. Like to me that, that to me is the thing that really ends up feeling the most personal. The singing is beautiful and effective. Hey, thank you, false serrated start. Appreciate that. The piano is so effective because it's in the upper register, and it has that semblance of like grief. And oh my God, what are you doing? You gifting 5 gifted subs. I appreciate you. Thank you, false serrated start. 6 months in advance. Oh man, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the amazing content. Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for supporting the channel. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. The piano just leaves us absolutely hanging, and it leaves us in our grief. It leaves us in our sadness. It leaves us after this outcry, you know, because you can't stay. It's like when you have a panic attack, you can't stay in a state of panic. The panic does come down. And in a way, this musically is that ground zero, that feeling of space, you know. It's really, I think, incredibly effective to reset our ears too, because of how loud that part is. But there's also a realization in this thing. Again, incredible harmonies there. Incredible harmonies, shadow harmonies especially. The duality. And if you think about it, spoilers inbound right here, but when we see Maël get kicked or get tapped by Renoir, and we see that other world, that's the shadow realm, right? And I'll take it even a step further and say that most people that grieve, or most people that experience loss, which is a key tenet of this game's plot, you know, we often have to heal that inner shadow self rather than the thing that is society presenting or society front facing. Most of the time, the stuff that we need to work out and process is that shadow self. And I think in some ways, I'm totally reaching. I mean, I'm just making this up, but that's the beauty of music, is that none of this is right or wrong. It just is. The shadow self is the thing that needs the healing. The thing that carries the grief is the self on the inside. It's not the thing that we present. Now, you may see tears and crying and you know, facial emotions, but all of that comes from that spot within. And I think that the harmony there, just for my own interpretation, is so elegant because the upper register sort of is the crux of it, but it's the harmony that's in the lower voice that produces the most emphasis and the most body to the sound, if that makes sense. But also I love the like, that's all just so awesome. I mean, this like violin comes out of nowhere. It's like, what? Wait, and I want to point out, I mean, God, but again, this is not the first time that this soundtrack has had multiple different phases within a piece of music. Now, this track is 11 minutes long, but this is another phase. There's been like 4 phases, and we're not even like, we're almost halfway through the piece, right? Like, that's incredible. Like, so there are like 5 distinct phases, even in the first 4 minutes and 46 seconds. And so the violin is just mesmerizingly beautiful. To then launch us into this, which is like an ultimate expression of outward emotion. Something I've noticed in this soundtrack that I don't know if it's a mistake or not, but it's something that's really interesting to me. Actually, I think works unbelievably well. Is some of the audio ends up sounding like it's slightly distorted at large, very loud volumes, almost as if it's reaching the sound ceiling, right? I think it works unbelievable. Like, you know, when you play music too loud on your car stereo and it kind of does the kind of rumble sound, it kind of sounds like the notes get sort of crinkled up a little bit. And honestly, I don't know what that is, but it works unbelievably well. I actually think that the distortion is like the ultimate push against the soul to try to like release. And I've been thinking a lot about that particular sound because I was like, okay, wow, this is interesting. Is this like an accident? Did we hit the noise floor? And it's like, are we gaining? Are we peaking? But it works so well at this feeling of like must release the emotion. And now I do think that obviously there are a lot of plot points in this music, but I also think that this is one of those tracks that like is so good at being about life itself. And I think like even thinking about music beyond the context, and I would urge you and I would encourage you to think about this. Music within context is important. And there are plenty of tracks in this particular soundtrack that I think are essentially needed within context. There are certain pieces that you just are not going to listen to out of context. The landing at the beach is not going to move. You could use it for a different context, but I don't think you're going to be like, ooh, I desperately want to listen to that part where everyone gets massacred on the beach. What track is that? Oh, it's number 4. Okay, cool. But this is a track where this track feels like it's written for all of us. Even though the track is written for a specific sequence or battle in the game, the track is really written from a place of deep human expression. And that is the thing that should be celebrated the most, is that this music, and I think the reason why this soundtrack works so well, is that the soundtrack is not just for the game. It's a lived context for all of us. Anyway, just a little soapbox there. This is such good harmony. Reset. Big shift. Au clair obscur. And it's interesting. It's interesting how this part, first of all, I love that after all that intensity, we come back to a moment of peace. Now, I do personally prefer the violin part that we have before this guitar section. But I love how the big moments are spaced out in between with these beautiful, in this case, this beautiful vocal moment where both singers are taking time in their lower registers. There's a lot of relaxation in the sound. There's a sense of ease in the sound as well, as we just take a breather. And I think that's contextually, I think that makes sense too, because we need to rest, because this fight is massive. This fight you can literally be removed from the game, and it's like your characters can be removed from existence. And so we need to also have these moments of rest on top of like all the sort of big plot points that happen around this theme, which I think is, it's just it's so effective, and it's nice to have chillness too, as well, of intensity, which is why it works so well. And God, there's a song that I've listened to that is like 15 minutes long. People love it. It's like one of gaming's most popular songs, and I really like it, but I also get really bad ear fatigue after a while because of how intense it is nonstop. I love the hills and valleys of this particular theme, like I said before, because it allows us to reset. And the thing is, like, when something is emotionally intense nonstop, I used to know a really, really talented singer who was so good. The problem is she was so good that she was boring, because the sound was nonstop so good that your ears just started to be like, okay, it's good. Okay. It's like, whoa. After a while, I'd rather have a little bit of, well, in the case of singing, a little bit of imperfection, but in the case of this, a little bit of space, because we need a sense of just different hills and valleys. I love this duet essentially with the violin and the viola. Also, I love how emphatic that is. Oh, ti, ta, 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 oh, clair, obscur. And while I have you here, the idea of clair obscur is really interesting too, because in Italian, chiaroscuro, light and dark, it's actually like a fundamental part of singing opera. But you didn't know that. Now you do. Baguette attack. Pshoom. Clair obscur, chiaroscuro is the balance of lightness and darkness. You want to live within the balance of lightness and darkness. Lightness being in opera singing terms, here, in the mask, in the nose, in the face. That's the light part. The dark part is raising the soft palate, singing at the top of the throat, lowering your larynx, having this dark color back here, but then also being able to project. That's living within the chiaroscuro. You want to be right in the middle, And I think that that's actually kind of the theme of the game, clair obscur. That's the title anyway. Like, clarity, clearness, lightness, and darkness, that's life. And I think the sooner we accept clair obscur, wandering the world with the balance within us, I think the sooner that we get to truly live. And I find that just as a theme incredibly mesmerizing, and we hear it a lot here. And I love the emphasis that the singing is having here, where it's really like marching us forward to new realizations, if you will. Glorious violin. Glorious violin. Ah. It's just like not needed. You don't need the electric guitar. It just works so freaking well. Nice open ah vowels. Oh my god. See, let's just stop there for 10 seconds and regain our composure, because that is fucking awesome. I mean, like it's awesome. Like electric guitar and violin is just not a combo that you typically hear. And the fact of the matter is that, like, that to me is the duality between Renoir and Mael. That to me is the duality between that light and dark. That's the duality between, composure and release, or keeping things bottled up and then releasing them. The intensity of the guitar is so powerful. I mean, like, it eviscerates itself. Like, it's just such an emotional outburst. And coupled with the violin, I had a conversation with somebody and they were like, I have rage within me. And I thought that was such a powerful statement, that, the violin is the composure, but inside is the rage. And sometimes we open the cap of the bottle and let it all out, I just am so impressed by that release. And then we get the same thing, but with the singers. And then that beautiful open ah vowel, it's such a powerful sort of shouted ah. When you scream ah, it's not ooh, it's not eh, it's not e, it's ah. And that really is amazing. And then again, to reset here is just exceptional. C'est toi. I love that. Adieu is... excuse me, I was saying... Saying adieu is such an interesting thing, especially adieu is such a final comment. Adieu, especially the way that it ends. Adieu. Usually in France, they'd say, coucou, or they'd say au revoir, we'll see you soon. But adieu, adieu. That's such a final way of saying goodbye. We don't really have that in the English language. We say bye or see you later, right? But like adieu or addio, that's forever, right? Goodbye. And I think more than anything, what I think this piece represents is the turmoil that one family goes through. And without getting into spoilers, I think it's an amazing reflection on the different ways that people grieve and the way that we externalize and internalize loss. And ultimately, that's like a key tenet of this game. And I just think it's mesmerizing. And that is a absolute triumph as far as music is concerned. Absolute triumph. It's great. It's a journey. And it's not one that's very boring, is it? It's terrific. As always, if you like this sort of stuff, there's lots more on the channel. Feel free to like, subscribe. Feel free to support the Patreon if you want to. Thanks a ton, and I'll see you later. Bye. Whew. We did it, chat. Hey, what's up, Kazuya? Hello, I'm a sports YouTuber. Get out of here. Are you really? That's awesome. Taiwan? Your wife is a singer? Ah, cool. I'm sorry I never got to meet her on my travels. Yeah, BG3. Recently, we've also been playing Clair Obscur. We really enjoyed your streams. Aw. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Kazuya. I appreciate that very much. Appreciate that. Nice. I see you putting in the work. I see you. Nice, Kazuya. That's awesome. That's awesome. Congrats on all this stuff. I know it's not easy. Appreciate it. Au revoir, Diego. In my country, adieu is used in Swiss German. It's just to say goodbye. Oh, well, there you go. Man, I'm tired. That's a lot. So I used to do this every day. I used to analyze 12. Am I going to react to Monoko? Yes. Not today, though. Not today. I used to do 10 to 12 different songs a day. At one point I had a backlog of 90 videos. But I usually don't do single video reactions, or, well, in this case, not reactions, but you know what I mean, analyses, because it's just, I just don't do them as much. That has to be really like worth it because of the effort that's required for each individual video. So now these days I'll do 7 to 10 songs of a specific like genre or game. And then like, I analyze them usually like 2 or 3 times. So this is like my old school style. These days I've been doing, it's 2 a.m. Oh my God. Bye. Une vie arrivée, no. E33 has so many good songs. Well, my goal for this is to do 33 of them. And I just did 12, and then go back and do a whole 8-hour live stream, not in a row, but like 3 different live streams. Yeah, I'm pretty hardcore into this game. These will be individual videos. You just rolled credits, nice, Mike. Cool, Michael. What's my favorite Clair Obscur OST? I love the Flying Waters combat OST very much. There are so many. Lorient, are you still here? I know some of you are just hopping in for the first time. Have I finished the game? Yeah, of course. You can watch the whole playthrough here on YouTube. Well, Lodion was here earlier. It was really nice of him to stop by and hang out. But I was going to say he could get some more praise. He was here briefly, yeah. He actually stayed a lot longer than I anticipated, which is really nice of him. And Vietnamese is so cool the way the instruments are. Yeah, totally harmonic chaos, 1,000,000%. Just basically like a big family spat, isn't it? Oh, you're here! Lodion, I want you to get more praise. Hold on. People, praise Lodion again. Oh, let me turn on the chat so you can see everything. Lodion is the GOAT. I can't remember Asura. There's so many. You know what's funny? Do you think... Yeah. Goatesk. I haven't heard the Escaflowne OST. I should try. We started Delicious in Dungeon yesterday. It's cute. There's some really nice music in that though. Oh, look at all that love, Lodion. Oh, it makes me happy. I don't know. I feel, you know what's crazy is that I also feel like the game FMA. Oh God, I need to, Chris. I need to. I really feel, I think a lot of people feel, not just me, I think a lot of people feel a sense of ownership towards the Thank you. I'll make sure I say hi to Victor for you. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it, man. I just yeah, I feel like this amazing feeling of appreciation for the game. Why do you think that is? Do you think it's because of the like plot? Because of the emotions involved? Like why do you, I mean, yes, gameplay aside, but like it can't just be for the gameplay, even though the gameplay is really good. What is it made you feel like playing old FF games? A lot of people have said that. Which I agree. It's an intimate story told on a grand scale. Yeah, 1,000,000%. I think the same. It's amazing how it's able to capture scope, but then also capture intimacy and micro macro. You know, it's done extremely well. I really genuinely can't stop thinking about it. It wasn't scared to tell a story that it intended to and approaches heavy topics most companies will never do out of fear. Yeah. Both within the game, but outside too. It's not about only what they did, but what they didn't do. Yeah. Collaborating with composers. Well, I am starting my Thursday. This Thursday, I'm starting my composer series, which is awesome. I feel like it's the current state of the gaming industry to get a game like this is higher than AAA quality by a small team with passion. Yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier. I don't think you weren't here, obviously, and also hi Otaku. There's this amazing feeling of timing. Timing is everything. Like even for me, like I don't think I would have been as successful on YouTube if it hadn't been like right at the edge of the pandemic. So like timing is everything. I mean, like timing is impeccable. You know what I mean? Like you make choices and hopefully they land at the right spot. But like most of the opportunities that came into my life were because of timing and positioning. Positioning plus opportunity equals, positioning, luck plus positioning equals opportunity. was the thing that I used to have it written on my wall, and I believe in it. Luck is inevitable. Like luck is always a factor. I don't know. I can't explain luck to you, but positioning is just about doing your best to be in a position to receive the luck, and preparation equals opportunity. You know, the opportunity comes from those two factors, and obviously that's way too simple. But there's a lot of things that fall into place. You know. I too said hi to you. I was also in the middle of filming Casardis. But yeah, you're right. No, it's actually changed the way I play games. Like it's very hard for me to go back to Gacha after playing that. And I don't know that I actually will, to be honest with you. You heard a different version? Luck equals preparation plus opportunity? Yeah, I mean, I think both are valid. Bravo pour son travail depuis plus de 10 mois. Depuis la publication via Piantre travail de poste. Yeah. The main themes being about grief, death, and living through, I mean, yeah, 1,000,000%. Living through others. And furthermore, I think I love that the ending, I'm not going to spoil it, so let's not spoil it for people that necessarily haven't gotten there. But it's an incredible thing how I've seen some division over the ending, but no one's actually fighting themselves. They're not fighting because there's no, it leaves it to the fact that like life is kind of confusing. And at times there's no like clear cut answer for anything, you know? So it's really interesting. There's no real, yeah. Well, there's no like clear cut right choice without spoiling it, right? Like, you truly love the game, the music in this game, Kazuya? Wanted to ask you, which I still have your YouTube up, by the way. Which in-game moment or scenario had the most memorable or impactful music for you? Well, there were the fights with Renoir that were just so special. 10 guesses which one I liked the most. Then also the fight with the lamp master was really, the duelist caught me totally off guard. I loved the duelist. Yes. The second round was crazy. I also the fight music of the falling rain in the whatever. But honestly, for me, it was the Gustav, the Mael Gustav moment. That scene really fucked me up. And weirdly, the moment that left me most exposed, I think on stream anyway, was the opera house. The opera house was really, like, I'm gonna cut that and separate and upload it as a separate video, because that particular, I just had so many feelings about my own journey with life and my own journey with my career and stuff. That really left me like, just, yeah, the shit was intense. Like it really wasn't anything special. It was just like seeing the piano and the opera house and, yeah, I kind of want to do a second playthrough on Extreme in French. I usually don't consider second playthroughs just because once I've played a game, I'm usually good. But in the case of this game, it's like hard not to want to replay it. I'll probably marinate on it for a while, and then even Red Dead Redemption, which is my favorite game of all time, How did it feel going back to Sekiro? Well, in earnest, I'll do it tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. But it felt a lot better. I felt like I could be a lot more aggressive, actually. So I'm curious to see. You would pray to see me play it en français. Yeah, I'd be very. What's up, Chengi? NG Plus apparently has a ton of difficulty. Oh, really? Just found out that the Clair Obscur user rating on Metacritic is the highest of all games ever. Yes. It even beat out Ocarina of Time, which is really nutty. And of course, everyone on Twitter is having like a brain meltdown over it. It's like, well, it's not that good. I found the combat. Exactly. The French dub is insanely good. That's what I've heard. But that's the same thing they were saying of Baldur's Gate 3. That kind of stuff is so stupid. Renoir's French dub is really good. They curse in English. Yeah, that line is really good. Yeah, I know the Gustav moment was really cool. I didn't expect any of the story. Well, besides, actually, that's not true because someone spoiled it for me. But otherwise, I didn't expect any of the story twists either. Oh, that's so funny. All right, guys. Well, I think that's it for me. We had 12 solid tracks. I need to edit this video and put out Gustav today. And I'm interviewing Victor at 4:30, so I'm gonna have to let you go. My pleasure. I will be back on stream on Thursday. Well, tomorrow I'll be back on stream for Sekiro. That's interesting. For those of you that I'm really excited to go back to Sekiro after playing this game, actually. Yeah, my pleasure. Then yeah, I'm planning on doing Sekiro Tuesday, Wednesday evening. We're listening to Fuga Melodies of Steel, Memories of Steel, whole soundtrack. Thursday, I will be filming the first of my composer series featuring tracks that Austin Wintory picked out for himself to be on the channel. So that'll be very exciting. And then maybe another video. And then Friday is our Patreon or our listening lab where we listen to video game music and stuff. So, yeah, thanks a ton for hanging out. I will talk to all of you soon. Bye, guys. Take care of yourselves. Be well. It was peak. It's true.